people have said that CREAMLINE has it all. Championships, they've got 10. A Grand Slam, they've got the only one. But let me tell you that tonight, they're fighting for something new. And that is redemption.
Lexi, if there's a team that should be talking about redemption, then it's obviously the CIGNAL Super Spikers. They may have their backs against the wall just for now. If you think you've seen a hungry CIGNAL team, you haven't seen them tonight.
You talk about hunger, Kai, but let me tell you that these Cool Smashers, they also have a hunger in them. They're hungry for more. Because you see, the 11th title, it doesn't just symbolize a return. It symbolizes revival.
Revival, you say? Well, for CIGNAL, they want game number 3. For title number 1, they may have taken a little detour, but their journey is not ending tonight.
That is why let's get this started. Araneta and a whole bunch of Filipinos. This is game 2.
This is the PVL All-Filipino Conference Finals.
The heart of volleyball!
Step aside, I own this night. 차가운 시선도 out of sight. Pulse in my vein, it's electric gold. 내 불빛은 never cold. Light it up, no turning back. 세상 내 무대 track. 숨길 수 없어 내 vibe, so real the energy you gonna feel. I'm invincible, nothing can break me. Limitless flow, don't try to chase me. Crash like a wave, wild and free. 이 무대 위, I'm all you see. Invincible, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Invincible, na 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 na. Na 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 na. 늦지 않아.
A little under 10,000 spectators witnessed game number 1 of the PVL All-Filipino Conference, the result of which was more than a victory. It was a message saying that the previous games don't matter anymore. The main message of Eliza Valdez and the rest of CREAMLINE was, welcome to our playground. Now, the question is, will CIGNAL come to play today and turn this finals playground into an actual battleground? Welcome to game number 2. Coronation or an extension? We are at the Smart Araneta Coliseum for this one. On your Thursday special, it is the finals. And we don't know if it's going to be the final day of your PVL All-Filipino Conference. But we get to see the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers again and the CIGNAL Super Spikers go at it here at the Big Dome. We are happy to have you with us on One Sports Plus, and of course the Pilipinas Live app. Thank you very much for joining us on Finals Thursday. I'm Boom Gonzalez. He's Neil Flores. Kyla Kingsu and Lexi Rodriguez already fighting. The game hasn't even started. They're already in a tug of war. Let me start with you, Lexi. You're the one who's covering CREAMLINE. Is this just another game for them? What are your observations?
Well, you know, CREAMLINE, as you said, it's their playground, so it's really just a matter of staying composed because it's, you know, closing out this time.
All right, Kyla, what did you observe? Were they tight? Were they loose? Were they ready to go? Talking about CIGNAL?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to share na mabilis sila move on. Past is past. They don't like to reminisce.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here in game number 2. Neil, for those who missed out on game number 1, tell us what happened and tell us why CREAMLINE is such a dangerous front runner, whether it's in the game or in a series.
Well, 11 is a lucky number, as they call it, and CREAMLINE is on the prowl for another crown. And as for the CIGNAL Super Spikers, they are gunning for their elusive first ever gold in the PVL, but they need to manage to force a game 3 in that game number 1. This was a breath of fresh air, especially for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. we are always looking at the statistics ng unforced errors. They
Right.
only committed 12 points and they are known to be one of the more error-prone teams, but they were able to win that defensive slugfest against the Signal Super Spikers, collecting 65 excellent digs compared to the 57 of the Super Spikers.
Seems to be saving the best for last. That's what CREAMLINE's doing. They look sharp. They look clinical. They look like they were ready for the finals. And although other games in the preliminaries and the semis really didn't matter anymore. All right, let's check out our premier matchup. For one of these, that girl on your screens, Gemma Galanza, you know what? She'll always say, I love playing with pressure, and she showed it in game number 1. For Vanny Gandler, a newcomer in the finals, Neil, I thought she played very well. The problem is she didn't get enough help.
For me, it was a battle between the aces of both teams. They had the same number in terms of points, 17 points for both Gemma Galanza and Vanny Gandler. But I think that Gemma Galanza won that premier matchup because of her reception efficiency, a whopping 72.2% reception
Wow.
efficiency. And that was enough to take Signal down in 3 straight sets.
Alam mo, lagi yung sinasabi, Neil? She'll always say, ang sarap maglaro pag may pressure. And she showed it. Vanny responded. Can the rest of the team respond with her for game number 2? That is the question. Now, let's throw it back to Lexi and Kyla here, who will tell us more of Gemma and Vanny. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, well, Boom and Neil, these two, they really shown their presence, especially in that game 1.
And I guess, Lex, the question now is, will they do the same here in game number 2?
And you know what? To all of our viewers watching on the Filipinas Live app, that is actually our Filipinas Live poll question of the day. Which superstar will shine the brightest in Game 2? Is it Gemma Galanza?
Or will it be Signal's Vanny Gandler? Again, you can answer that right below the stream on the Filipinas Live app, or you can also choose to join in our conversation online.
You're absolutely right, Kai. You can use the hashtag PVL2026.
I love it. She's a full-fledged superstar. You're talking about Vanny Gandler here in the PVL. Gemma Galanza, we all know the pull, the popularity, and the superstardom of Gemma. She's not the only one, though. That girl on your screens, she is back where she's very comfortable, Neil. Boy, welcome back, Gia de Guzman.
2023 Invitational Conference, yun yung huling finals appearance ni Gia de Guzman. She played her best game against Signal in this entire conference. 5.3 sets on average, but in that game alone, she was able to pull 7.3 excellent sets per set. That's why they were also able to outplay Signal in terms of offense. We know that Signal is a strong attacking team, but they were left in the dust by the playmaking of Gia de Guzman.
Well, Neil, you talk about the playmaking, and really the brains of the game really relies on the setters themselves. I want to talk about also Gia and add a bit more about, the insight, because I got the chance to talk to her, and she did say that, the challenge is really more on closing out the finals game 2. Sometimes, it makes you question, there's 2 questions. One is, do you really stick out to the OG game plan, or do you steer things up and really level up your gameplay? And if you take a look at this, the last time that they lost here in the finals game 2 was in the 2021 Open Conference to Cherry Tigo. So as we mentioned, they're really just in their playground. So it's just a matter of really, is this familiar territory for them? Who will Coach Sherwin go to? Who are the players that will really go to, especially now that it's crunch time?
Well, Lex, you like to talk about experience and having this familiar playground for CREAMLINE, but experience is nice to look back at. But it doesn't guarantee another win, especially another win here in the PVL Finals when it is game number 2 and anything can happen. Moving on to the Signal Super Spikers side of things, well, I spoke to Coach Shaq and asked him what really went down in the dugout after that game 1 loss, and he told me definitely it was dead silent. It spoke volumes there, but what he wanted to really point out is their ability to pick up right away the moment they headed back to training the next day. It was like that loss didn't really happen. It didn't sting them. They didn't allow themselves to dwell on that. I also spoke to Jel Cayuna, and she told me that today they don't want to be so persistent. They just want to have a lot of fun, and she believes that that's actually what was missing in game number 1. And when you look at the all-time record versus CREAMLINE, 6-15, but they are here ready to twist the plot. As you can see in this All-Filipino conference, they were actually able to tie the record. We have 2-2 so before, and definitely they have all of the people in their lineup if they want to switch things up here, Bumanyel.
You know, both of those records, we love talking about that. The media loves talking about that. I guarantee you, those players are not talking about the record of Signal or CREAMLINE. They're focused on game number 2. We talked about Gia de Guzman, our cornerstone of our national team. The backbone is on your screens right now, Don Katindig.
As usual, Miss Everywhere was everywhere on the court in game number 1, tallying 21 excellent digs. She'll be showing a different kind of resiliency and relentlessness in today's game because she really wants the taste of gold. She hasn't tasted gold yet here in the PVL, so this is going to be a very special game too for Don Katindig.
And speaking of Don Katindig, speaking of Gia de Guzman, we have a very lovely feature about them and their journey to gold here in the PVL. That's coming up. Plus, first serve for game number 2 of the finals of your PVL All-Filipino Conference.
Ang one word na magde-describe sa Signal Super Spikers ay hungry. Dahil ang dami naming pinaghuhugutan.
Perfect effort from the preparation up until we started the season, up until we clawed our way into the finals. From the preparations up until we started, up until we fought our way into the semis, and now clawing our way into the finals. Alam namin na we really had to work for every point, every game. And we did our best to support each other no matter what our opponents threw at us. And marami talaga pinagdaanan yung team in this season. Yung perfect effort will always be there.
Grabe talaga yung hugot namin sa conference na to, coming from the previous conferences na we fell short dun sa goal namin, and that fueled us even more coming into this conference na everyone has something to fight for. Very personal din yung mga journey ng bawat isa.
For Game 2 of the finals, I'm expecting the team to fight for every point talaga. After what happened in Game 1, alam namin na it's still back to zero pagdating na Game 2. No matter what happens in this game kasi I know na marami kaming baon. Each one of us, marami kaming baon coming into this game, and we know when to apply it, we know when to use what, and we know when to support each other pagdating sa bakbakan na talaga sa loob ng game.
Siyempre, yung expectations ko sa team namin is hindi na namin to palalagpasin. Kasi nandito na kami, talagang i-grab namin yung opportunity, bawat point, bawat dig, bawat set, bawat spike, talagang lahat ibubuhos na namin.
Trust me, everybody, this series is far from over. Let's all welcome the Signal Super Spikers!
Crystal clear, go so now, I got no fear. Heartbeat racing louder than a gun. 이 순간 난 already won. Light it up, no turning back. 세상은 내 무대 track. 숨길 수 없어 내 vibe so real. The energy you gonna feel. 이 energy you gonna feel. I'm invincible, nothing can break me. Limitless flow, don't try. Chase me, crash like a wave, wild and free. And move that way. I'm all you see. Invisible. Na 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 na.
Ito na ang pinaghirapan namin. Oras na para maging super ang finals. Awesome Nation, mag-ingay! Teka, yun na yun? Isa pa, Awesome Nation, mag-ingay!
Team Awesome! Did you hear Erica Santos? It's time to welcome the starters of the Signal Super Spikers! She is a UAAP Best Middle Blocker, a two-time Best Middle Blocker here in the PVL, the pride of Pangasinan, wearing jersey number 2, Middle Blocker Rose Doria Aquino. She is a three-time UAAP champion that hails from Coronadal City, South Cotabato. Number 4, your outside spiker, Tin Kiamzon. A UAAP champion and a silver and bronze medalist in the ABC. We know she's a baddie, Vanny Gatler! A PVL On Tour MVP, an all-star game starter, Pampanga's very own number 8, your opposite spiker, Erica Santos! A best middle blocker in the Invitational Conference, and a PVL All-Star from Valenzuela City, number 11 middle blocker, Jackie Acuña. A 4-time PVL best setter, the top server in the PVL. From the Bidan City, number 22 setter, Jel Cayuna.
I like it, as simple as that. That's right, I like it, I keep coming back. I don't need no.
She is a UAAP champion and finals MVP, a best libero in the PVL, and a best libero in the PNBF Champions League and the CN Grand Prix. Miss Everywhere Team Captain, wearing number 16, your libero,
Patapos ang laban. Let me tell you that this team, they're just one win away from an 11th PVL championship. Let's welcome your Creamline Cool Smashers!
Hindi naging madali ang pinagdaanan namin para makarating sa final. Kaya wala ng oras para huminto. Bayan ng good vibes! Gusto ko kayong marinig! Let's go, Creamline! Let's go! Let's go, Creamline! Let's go! Ganun.
Narinig niyo si Gemma Galanza, di ba? Gunners daw! And that is why let's meet your golden starters from the Creamline Cool Smashers. Starting with, she is a best libero in the CN Grand Prix and the PVL best libero as well in the 2019 Open Conference here in the PVL. Let's give it up for Kyla Tienza! An NCAA champion and finals MVP, and an 8-time best middle blocker in the PVL from Limay, Bataan, jersey number 6 middle blocker, Bangs Panaga. A 2-time best setter in the AVC and an 8-time best setter in the PVL, and a 2-time finals MVP. She is Gia Amazing, your setter, jersey number 12, Gia De Guzman. A UAAP champion and a finals MVP, and a PVL best middle blocker in the All-Filipino Conference. We know her as BDL, number 14 middle blocker, Bea De Leon. A 3-time PVL MVP and a 4-time PVL best opposite spiker, Pampanga's best, jersey number 18, opposite spiker, Tots Carlo. From Talisay City, a PVL Finals and League MVP in the Reinforced Conference, and a SEA Games gold medalist in beach volleyball, they call her MV Bonds! Let's welcome Bernadette Bonds! She is a PVL Open Conference MVP and a 6-time best outside spiker. The pride of Laguna, jersey number 23 outside spiker, Gemma Galanza. coach for the Cool Smashers. It's Coach Sherwin Meneses. CREAMLINE is one game away from the championship.
Tried and tested. Experienced this for 15 times.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Bounce back time and make it super.
It's time para ibalik ang corona sa Good Vibes Nation. May the best
May the
team
best
win!
team win.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 2 of the championship of the PVL All-Filipino Conference 2026 between the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers and the CIGNAL Super Spikers. Our officials for this match are first referee Erlindo Eusebio, national referee. The second referee is Fernando Velarde, national referee.
The starters on your screens for a team that is already in double digits in terms of their crowns, but they want to add on to that and add on to their legacy. On your screens, no changes there, no surprises from the side that won game number 1. For the team that wants to start its own legacy, no surprises here either, because Neil, we don't expect Coach Shaq to just all of a sudden change game plan, start from scratch, you know, and all of that. There are certain mental adjustments probably that they'll have to do for game number 2. Neil Flores.
I think the first priority of Signal is to play relaxed, because when you're tense, you won't be able to move properly. And it was very evident in game number 1.
Yeah.
Their serving wasn't their advantage. It should have been their advantage in game number 1, but CREAMLINE had their service game on. This system of CREAMLINE, this machine is built to last, it's built to win, and it will take so much for the Super Spikers to be able to force a game 3, but it can happen. They're 2-2 in this series, in this open conference, so we're just expecting another slugfest between the two teams.
It's unfortunate for Signal that their worst game of the season came at game number 1. Kind of expected, especially with the pageantry of all the introductions. If it's your first time, and we've seen it before, Neil, you and I have covered hundreds of finals here in the PVL. We've seen it get to some players, and that might have contributed to the shaky start that continued on. Not that I'm making excuses for them, because they don't need me to do that, but we've seen it with different teams. While for CREAMLINE Cool Smashers, the best game of the season was game number 1 for them. They looked sharpest, they looked healthy, they looked like they were on a mission. And here you go for game number 2. Gandler and a free ball given to CREAMLINE, which is always a dangerous proposition. Cayuna reverses. Back to Santos. This is what CREAMLINE wants. Counter-attacks, because that is where they are most dangerous.
They really thrive in counter-attacks and transition offense. So you have to try your best to break the block, beat the block, or at least target those corners in the zones of the Creamline floor defense.
Basta mahipo yung bola, sabi nga Neil, no? Tin with a self-cover, which doesn't work. And we said it at pregame, Neil. Creamline, probably in the history of the PVL, is the best front-running team that we've seen. When they have a little bit of a cushion, when they are ahead, they're so tough to beat. So Signal has to recover quick.
The touch will be called on Creamline. The fact that Signal was able to win against Creamline twice, that means that they can figure out what adjustments na kailangan nila gawin in-game because every game is different. So the adjustments, these are not standard na paulit-ulit mo lang siya gagawin from the previous wins. You also have to identify the tendencies and the patterns in the current game to be able to set up better defense because right now this crowd is going to be the fuel for the Cool Smashers.
No question, and I know Coach Shaq knows that. And maybe avoid Gemma Galanza on the receiving end because Gemma has been so sharp. Look at that pass again that she came up with.
72%.
Grabe yun. Again. That's a long ball for Panaga. All right. Kyla and Lexi did an incredible job opening up our broadcast. So let's go back to one of them, Lexi Rodriguez.
Thanks, Groom. It's just me right here for now. You'll hear from Kyla later on. But let me tell you that, the Creamline Cool Smashers, we were talking about earlier, they know this kind of playground. They know this kind of territory. But what Gemma Galanza did tell me, every finals game and every conference is a different story to tell. There's no perfect story, but they've got their eyes on the prize. For now, they really just want to limit their errors. They just want to go back to the basics and perform at 100%. Because, Gemma was telling me earlier, she was listening to this song called Champion, and she was saying, kailangan mo kasi talagang ramdamin para ma-own mo yon. So you need to feel it in order for you to own it. And for now, maybe they're owning up to their title. Back to you, Dominion.
So far, so good for them. They got the biggest lead of the match right now, 6-3.
Have to tighten up their defense. We know that both Jel Cayuna and Gia de Guzman have similar styles of play. They love to play around with speed. The block touches will be crucial for the Super Spikers because that girl, Vanny Gandler, has been on a roll. This is really her best conference so far. You really can't put a good girl down.
No matter what happens, as we look at the spike of the set brought to you by Duncan Pasalubong ng Bayan. And no matter how bad they felt about game number one, Vanny has a lot to be proud of. Not only game number one, but the conference, as you mentioned, but did not shrink in game number one. She took it. Now she needs support. Like that. Erica. Doug. Pons.
Bernadette Pons really loves going to that hit out.
Specialty of the house, Neil.
Yung mga quick movements lang, yung quick wrist action. Automatic puntos na agad for Bernadette Pons. That's the second time she has gone to that same attack.
It's like a replay. 7-4. Sharp serve to Vanny. It's another thing that Vanny has stepped up to. The receiving part of her game. She has really taken on the challenge.
Not so bad in game number one,
No,
40+%.
not
I would say that was an okay number. Lalo na siya rin naman yung tina-target ng Creamline pagdating sa serve. And that's something na hinahanap ko sa Signal. Here in game number two, we know that Jel Cayuna is probably the best server in the league. A lot of heavy float serves, and that is the most difficult serve to pass. And now, Signal actually knows that the differential middle play from Creamline, yung combination na yan, yan yung favorite nila eh. Tots Carlos, Bernadette Pons, Gemma Galanza, every chance that they get, they go to that same combination play.
Inabangan ni Tiamzon. So 6 serving 7. Here's another one. It's gonna bounce back again. Back to Gemma. Hits the antenna. And we're all tied up. A 3-0 run by the Super Spikers. Gambler serves it to Galanza. Tots fires one out, and they take the lead going into the technical timeout.
First technical timeout score, 8 for Signal, 7 for CREAMLINE.
Welcome back to the PVL. You are currently watching finals game number 2 of the PVL All-Filipino Conference, and I'm your official insider for the Signal Super Spikers. And you know what? If this series goes the distance, maybe this is exactly what Signal is built and brave enough to go through. Not easy, not certain, because at this point, maybe the question was never, are you good enough? It's really, how much are you willing to go through to get there? And right now, Signal is starting to answer that point by point, and a big part of that answer is Vanny Gandler. After game 1, she knew this was coming. More pressure, more defenders, less space. But what she shared was this: tonight isn't about repeating numbers, it's about refining their decisions. And that kind of mirrors the bigger shift for Signal, from one option to many answers. Less ako na, more tayo to. And you can feel it, the trust is louder than the pressure, because if the defense closes in on one, Signal doesn't break, they branch out. And that's the difference tonight, Bumanil.
Wonderful, Kyla. Thank you very much for the inside stuff from the Super Spikers trying to tie this series. They're up 1, 9-8. Gandler being the target here. Tots found it. And a chance ball. A broken play, though. Gia, so smart. Placing that one. What a delay. But there's a call. There's a call. There's conflicting calls between the up referee and the down referee. Fernando Velarde gave the point to CREAMLINE. Erlindo Eusebio gave the point to Signal.
The net fault came first
Yes.
before the floor touch.
Correct. 9-all. Couldn't hear. Sabi ni Erlindo Eusebio, hindi ko narinig yung sa sobrang ingay dito, Neil.
Full house
Full
tonight.
packed.
Welcome to the late show.
Yes, we're ready to go. Erica, they get it back. 10-9 for the 4th time. Best setter of the PVL, Jel Cayuda.
I like what Signal is doing right now. Their defense is on point. Don Katindig taking care of the backcourt, and they have been so aggressive in really trying to force those misreceptions from the dig galing sa CREAMLINE.
Gia sets up Jama, who goes for the cross body placement. Looking right, hitting left. The 8th-time best setter. 2-time AVC, 8th-time in the PVL. The target has been Vanny, and Vanny has been responding in the receiving department.
Jel Cayuna has to be able to get numbers from her middles. Signal has one of the best middle blocker rotations, I would say.
Yes.
Yung middle blockers nila, they're very comfortable in attacking from different points. You name it, they can go for that play. That slide attack will definitely work so that they could isolate the blockers of the Cool Smashers.
Good coverage by Pons. Tots will try again. Don takes a look at Santos. Santos takes a look at the defense and goes for the acute angle.
I think we don't even need to talk about the attacking of both teams because they will get their numbers. Ang mga titingnan natin is yung numbers in kill blocks, in service aces, and in unforced errors.
Tandaan lang tayo sa receive. Kasi bakit? Hindi siya sharp eh. Mataas siya eh. Mataas siya gano'n. So, atrasan natin na maganda. Go. Play tayo. Pag meron play, kahit na lang pwede. Ha? Pag wala reaction lang tayo. Reaction. Ha? Hindi na muna. Let's go.
Back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum, Gerard Milan, First Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of Signal, General Lasso, of course, First Vice President, Head of Channels and Content Management of Signal TV. And their team in the lead by 1, 12-11. Biggest lead for CREAMLINE was 3. Biggest lead for Signal was 2. Gemma on tap. They go to Eric on the other side, taking the pace of that one. Smart hit by Erica Santos, who has really found a home with the Super Spikers.
That's the way to go for Erica Santos. You want the defenders to keep on moving to the point na manghuhula sila kung anong gagawin mo when you're up in the air.
Ooh. As soon as that left the hand of Tin, 13-12. Nip and tuck so far here in set number 1. Vanny. Good defense. Back to Signal. Gel will go for the runner. Gia will reverse the touch. Very high ball. Back to Erica. Gemma with a dig. They leave it for Pons. D9! That's the one you're talking about, Neil.
Defense will force a game 3. Blocking has been there for Signal since the start of the set. They're clamping down on the outside hitters of the Cool Smashers. Nowhere to go there. Tried to go cross. But the drop of the hand of Jackie Acuna was enough to get that rejection.
Quick set. Good block. Nierva sets up the Pons. It's close to the net. She doesn't like that. Free ball going to CREAMLINE down 2. Gia chooses Bea. Good get by Tiamzon. And a free ball again. De Guzman will choose Bea again. And will reverse it to Carlos. Good touch. Danny will go for it. No. Gia, long rally alert. And it will end with a Bernadette Pons kill. 4 points for the former FEU lady, Tamara.
Kailangan tsagain talaga ng CREAMLINE because Signal is a pesky team when it comes to floor defense.
And you see, just compared to the first set of game number 1, they just have a different look. They're more relaxed. You know, they already know what to expect from the intros, all the pageantry behind it. They're more focused here. Does it guarantee a win? No, it never does, but it gives them a better chance as they're up by 2 right now at 15-13. CREAMLINE always dangerous because they've seen everything and anything in a final series.
And they're the challengers in this series.
Good point.
So many championships already for the Cool Smashers, so that first is always going to be the most difficult one to get. But so far, they're right on track. Dahil dikit na dikit ang ating first set.
And you don't want it easy, right? You want to earn it. And there's no better way to earn it than go to the 10-time champs. Double sub for Coach Sherwin. Negrito Gumabaw. 14 serving 15. First set is extremely crucial for the Super Spikers. Erica again. That's a bit high. Atienza was there. Michelle. Good coverage. One more. Good bounce. One more. Bang! It's still good. Negrito delays it for Michelle. Oh, playable here. Back to Creamline. Gumabaw again. These are the points. These are the plays that really get the crowd of Creamline going. And that's always dangerous for any opponent.
They're just utilizing that double sub well. Instead of 3 attackers na lang ang babatay ng signal, nagiging 4 pag nagiging double sub yung ginagawa ni Coach Sherwin, because meron pang 5 attack for Bernadette Pons, but we really have to give credit to Don Katindig, just keeping that ball alive.
Fanny waiting for it. The identification of the open zone. Gandler with 4 points, and Signal still is ahead by 1. Bernadette Pons just really establishing herself after her little bout with the injury and a busy schedule with the SEA Games. She's completely back in action here in indoor. Speaking of action, it is ongoing now. Kumabao. Chesek squeeze me.
Signal had a chance to run a play in that last sequence, but Doria Aquino decided to push that ball over, so that gave Creamline a chance to attack the defense of Signal.
Yeah,
and it was such a loose double block coming from the Super Spikers.
I was going to say, it may work with other teams, maybe not with Signal, and how scrappy they are defensively. Good attack off the hands, high hands for Tiamzon. Well, also, you got to be happy for Tin Tiamzon also. Has really reincorporated herself back to volleyball and getting the starting nod towards the end of this All-Filipino conference.
For sure, she's also familiar with the finals feeling.
Oh,
now she
Lord.
has 4 points, tying the output of Vanny Gandler and Erica Santos, but they've been giving away free points to the Cool Smashers. Game number 1, 22 unforced errors from the Super Spikers in just 3 sets.
That's a killer. No matter how you spin it, that's a killer. 3 service errors so far. You're right about Tiamzon, unfazed anymore by a scenario and an atmosphere like this. Ganda nung hate. Atienza was there. Free ball coming the way of Signal. Jackie's gonna go for it. No. Gel says, I'll take this one. They need that from her.
You might think that Signal only has 2 attackers in the front line, but you cannot forget about those 1-2 plays galing kay Jel Cayuna. She continues to confuse the defense of Creamline in transition. They still have a 1-point lead.
I love this setter matchup between Jel and Gia. That is unreturnable.
That was the same combination play that we saw in one of their games kung saan nabigyan ng open block ni Gia de Guzman, si Gia Magalanza.
Danny doing a great job so far receiving. And then playing defense there. Atienza with a slide. Pons with the hit. Gandler again sweeping. Santos right at the net is denied. And here come the Cool Smashers try to make their move at the right time, Neil, and this is going to be a crucial timeout for Coach Shaq.
Good tayo, okay? So, kapit lang tayo, 1 point lang naman yan. Huli lang, pass tayo. Good lang mabait ang play. And then, attack over tayo, okay? Ha? Pasa muna ulit, ha? Good tayo, ha?
Erica Santos, 4 points so far, but Signal taking over the lead here. We've had 3 lead changes, 8 ties so far in set number 1. Galanza gets us going for this rally. This ball has been coming back, Neil. Except for that, Santos again, change of pace.
She continues to find ways to score.
5 points. Ganda nung beat-in nung set ni Jel.
Block coverage also has been so impressive from the
yeah.
Super Spikers. Kahit na ibabalik ng Creamline yung bola, bumabalik pa rin pataas.
Yeah. Vanny's getting ready. That's a great play from Jel Cayuna. Gandler with 5 points.
The aura is different. The confidence is sky high.
No question. And we're not anymore talking about, oh, it's just a hairdo or, you know, none of that stuff anymore. None of the fluff stuff. I mean, I'm sure the hair still looks good, but you know what I'm talking about? We're talking about skills now and yun nga, sabi mo nga, confidence. Santos again! But this time, read well.
Skill block number 2 for the Cool Smashers. More substitutions coming in for Coach Sherwin Menezes. Eliza Valdez will serve for the white shirts.
Hindi ko halata. may nangyari ba? Wala akong naririnig kasi Neil. A 3-time MVP. That's so much pressure to serve with a crowd like that. But then again, Valdez has seen it all. She comes up with a sharp serve. Gandler will release and still gets it through the block.
You can see the game face of Vanny Gandler. She's focused on what she needs to do. Creamline has been targeting her on the serve, but she's been delivering a lot of A passes. Kaya ang daming in-system plays din ng Super Spikers.
You know, I was talking to Tin about Gandler because we got the luxury, obviously, of working with Tin in the UAP. And when I asked her about Vanny, she says she's a volleyball nerd. She watches everything. She works out so hard. And you're seeing the product of that now. It's back with Creamline. Carlos. Somebody touched the net. They didn't call it. Pons will try. It is back with Creamline. Pons again. So smart.
She can also go to a drop ball that is also effective for Bernadette Pons. She sells that so well.
Tinatago niya talaga yung kamay.
Stamp of approval from Jonathan Nang from Ribisco.
Beautiful feathery touch. 21 all. Chance to counter. Oh, good reflexes there by Aquino. But no coverage for Santos. Here comes the crucial part of this set, 22-21.
That's 3 consecutive blocks from that side of the court. So now it's a time for Jel Cayuna to try to move the pieces to get through that wall of the Cool Smashers.
Back with 3. Tapos 5. Medyo maano yung... No. Yan ang just open. Okay? Okay, ngayon ganito. Wala tayo masyado napapatay dito eh. Oo, alam nila, ang dami tumatakbo dito. Oo, ano tayo dito? Saan ba siya dito?
Okay, nasa muna tayo.
Erica Santos, Patty Gandler behind by 1. 22-21. Coach Shaq calling that timeout. You got to eavesdrop.
Yep, and he was asking for a different play, asking for a back quick, and then a 5-set. That's a set near the antenna para makagawa ng paraan si Erica Santos.
Solid first ball. Rumisip, pumalo. 7 points.
No need to go for a combination play. When Vanny Gander is in the front line, you can just give her a C-set or a high one so that she can go above the blockers. She has that significant advantage, I would say, against the shorter Gia de Guzman when it comes to blocking. Ooh. That is just too high for Erica Santos. That service error number 4 or 5 for Signal.
That will be number 5. 4, sorry, check that. 4 giveaways in a game that has had 12 deadlocks and 5 lead changes. That is not a good number. CREAMLINE has 1 service error. Misreceived. And a free ball going the way of CREAMLINE. But it's given away by CREAMLINE to Jel Cayuna.
That is probably the most expensive error that you will commit.
At this juncture.
Yeah, a shank pass off a free ball. Yun yung mga non-negotiables when it comes to this level of play.
Lalo na, 23 all, Neil. And you're looking to bury Signal here in the first set. They get a glimmer of hope here. Oh, and again, nobody behind. Set point, 2 of them for CREAMLINE.
No block from Signal.
What a set.
It was a delayed block rather.
Yeah.
And they thought that it was about to sail outside kasi tumama na sa tape ng net, but somehow it found the floor.
PVL with a set point. Or a couple, rather. Don will set to Tiamzon. Gia. Galanza. For the finishing kick in set number 1. Signal had a little bit of a lead towards the end of the set, but again, the champion teams, they know when to step on the gas pedal. Here's your Pure Gold Always Panalo play of the set, brought to you by Pure Gold. So Pure Gold Always Panalo, and CREAMLINE is 2 sets away from an 11th PVL title. It's a jam-packed, smart Araneta Coliseum After that first set, Neil, I talked about the finishing kick of CREAMLINE. They were behind 19-20 and then they end the set with a 6-3 run to snatch set number 1.
I agree. It was a good start to Signal. They were able to build a lead. Although a slim lead lang yon, pero malaking bagay yun against the Cool Smashers. Their targets from the service line were just off. So they committed 5 unforced errors on the service line.
Yeah.
And we already mentioned that that should be their advantage against CREAMLINE. If they can force those missed receives against the reception of CREAMLINE, they would be in a better position. Hindi masyadong malayo yung attacking efficiency. 33% for Signal, mas mataas pa nga compared to the Cool Smashers who had 30%. But they were able to recognize the setting of Jel Cayuna that more sets were being given to the opposite side of the court, so they were able to collect 3 consecutive kill blocks, and that was the time that they also pulled away.
Yeah, they made their move there. Looking at the numbers, 4 blocks, and the 5 errors of Signal were all service.
Medyo mabigat yung 5 errors because the score was 25-23. If they were able to minimize that by 1 or 2 points, it could have been a different result for the Super Spikers because they worked so hard in attacking, even scored more compared to the Cool Smashers.
We're talking about 13 deadlocks, 5 lead changes. The biggest lead of Signal was 2. The biggest lead of CREAMLINE was 3. So an incredibly competitive, high-quality set except for the serving. But everything else was championship level. Here we go, set number 2. Boom Gonzalez, Neil Flores. Of course, we have Lexi Rodriguez, Kyla Kingsu with us on this live and exclusive and continuing coverage of the PVL, the Premier Volleyball League. Finals Thursday at the Smart Araneta Coliseum. We're happy to have you with us. By the way, PLDT winning again, another 5-setter against the Farm Fresh Foxies in our earlier game. They go there to Erica again. What defense by Pons. And the power of Gemma Galanza with the block breaker.
That's the thing, even if you get past the first line of defense of CREAMLINE, may Atienza pa, may Bernadette Pons pa na de-defense. You also have Gia de Guzman. So all of the zones are actually covered from the CREAMLINE side. So again, you have to utilize your speed if you are on the attacking end.
Dawn will go to Erica. Erica goes for the angle again, but this time it's over. 3-0 start. Dangerous here for Signal.
Early substitution here in set number 2. Ordiales will replace Erica Santos,
who played,
takes a breather.
Yeah, played very, very well in their last semi-final game, leading Signal. Backbone of the defense has been Pons so far. Oh, even that gets a point. Coach Shaq might call a timeout here, Neil.
Timeout, Signal.
Nakakabasa tayo pero hindi tayo nakakonvert ng atake. Okay, so binibigay lang natin sa kanila ng easy points. Okay? Ngayon, hindi nyo pwedeng dalhin yung first set sa second set. Pag-iba na tapos na yun, ibang story na yun. Ngayon yung importante, second set, kunin muna natin, ha? Trabaho tayo, trabaho, ha? Trabaho, ha? Bawi, bawi.
It's a 4-point blitz from the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. Signal still looking for their first point here in set number 2. In case you missed it, set number 1 was 25-23 in favor of the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. Again, they're looking for their 11th title here in the Premier Volleyball League.
Coach Shaq in that last timeout was telling the girls, wag niyong dalin yung first set dito sa second set. Biggest lead of the match, and it gets even bigger with that massive Gemma Galanza swing.
Big game, big swings. Gemma Galanza getting another Powerful hit through the block.
And it's a spike of the set brought to you by Duncan. Pasalubong ng bayan. Yung tiklop ng katawan, yung tago ng kamay. Perfect execution by the pride of Laguna. Tiamzon trying to get it back. But that defense of CREAMLINE is clicking. They're not going to allow that. 4 touches. The first point for Signal early here in the second set.
In a championship series where you're down by 1 game, 4 points is already a big deficit. You want to kind of catch up early on because in the end game, we know that CREAMLINE is very good in closing out sets. There is a challenge though.
Might be a block touch challenge. Yes, it is. I thought the spike was low, but you never know in real time if that was an actual block touch from Signal. So we don't know if they still are going to be scoreless or here. Yeah, it's a net block. So Signal gets the point. Coach Irvin. Uhula pa, baka pwede pa. Tiamzon. Nerva misreceiving that, so a free ball coming the way of Signal. Good defense again at the net, which translates to Tots Carlos spanking that ball for her 3rd point.
The Super Spikers are not getting optimal attack points.
That's a good word.
Ang daming C-passes. So every time they deliver a C-pass, nakasag na agad yung dalawang blockers sa outside hitter or sa opposite ng Signal.
Good deep dish from Gemma. 6-1 is the score. Nahipo na naman yung bola. Tots is asking for it, but they go to Pons. Pons goes long. And another free ball. Gia calls for the play number 2. For the 3rd time, Bernadette Pons identifies the opening right behind the blockers. 7-1 is the score. Let's go to Kyla Kingsu.
Bumanil, not every final story here in the PVL is all about experience. Sometimes it's about arrival, divine alignment, as I'd like to call it. And this moment feels very much like that for Signal's Erica Santos. She told me that it's been a long journey to make it here in the finals, but it doesn't feel late at all. She says it feels right on time. And what I like about Erica is what she said coming in this isn't about proving she belongs here. It's about understanding why she's here at this very moment, because in a team like Signal, there are no small roles. They expand when the moment demands it. In runs like this, Signal isn't just built on stars, it's built on moments finally meeting the people ready for them. And Erica feels like one of them. But she also knows that almost is a dangerous word, one she's familiar with, one that can either break you or build you into someone who refuses to stay there. But the question I'd like to pose for Lexi is, will experience be enough? Now we'll be back after this short break.
The 2026 MPTC Tour of Luzon is back. Bigger, bolder, and tougher than ever. Local and international cyclists face a grueling 14-stage battle across 13 provinces, 5 regions, an 1,800-kilometer test of endurance, speed, and strategy Don't miss a single moment. Catch all the action live on the Pilipinas Live app, also on One Sports and One Sports Plus. Signal is coming undone here in the second set, Neil Flores.
They're really having a difficult time in passing that ball. They're able to defend the floor, nakahawakan nila. Pero pag binabalik nila yung bola, magaan masyado. So they're really not attacking well.
Ayun, binigatan ng konti. Ivani Gandler. Erin Pangilinan, by the way, is in the match for the first time. Coach Shaq is just looking for someone to spark this team. Uy, sino nga isa? Bumibisita dito. Atin, as usual, you talk about a volleyball nerd. I mean, a volleyball lover through and through. Kahit na anong level, pinapanood talaga. Erica with the push. You know, Neil used the word optimal or the lack of optimal offense for Signal, and they are scrambling on defense. And as the score starts to swell, or at least the distance between the two teams, the pressure gets heavier and heavier now at 10-2.
They're feeling that first set loss. It's an 8-point lead here in set number 2.
Yeah.
They have to forget about everything and focus on that passing. So yun lang naman yung sinasabi ni Coach Shaq. You have to be able to pass that ball first.
That's a better one. Good defense again, good reactions by Signal, by CREAMLINE. Gandler, when she gets a clean one, scores her 9th point.
He is pacing all scorers, tying the output of Bernadette Pons. They both have 9 points each.
Morale, body language of Signal's got to get better here. In the second set, good serve. And an out-of-system play. Non-optimal again, as Neil would put it. Pons. Dawn leaves it for Vanny. Vanny again. Just like game number 1, Vanny's not just fazed by anything. She continues to be the sole source of offense.
First player and then double digits from both sides of the court.
You know what?
She's carrying the Signal team on her back.
You know, we can see the physicality has improved, obviously, skill-wise. But really, it's the one between her ears has really gotten stronger for Vanny Gandler. As Pons gets it through the block. Gandler again. Good reaction by Gemma. Pons will try again. Tiamzon will set it up for Vanny. Vanny. They get it back. Cayuna will send it over. What will Gia do? Good coverage by Nierva. And too low for Gemma Galanza. Little run here by Signal as we go to Lexi Rodriguez to answer Kyla King-Soo.
That's right, Boom and Neil. And Kyla, I know you're listening from the other side of the court right here, but the answer is definitely yes. Experience is absolutely enough for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers because time and time again, you know, they've been tried, they've been tested, and they continue to prove that they can really close out sets. And that experience is really what brings that kind of maturity, that kind of physicality that Boom and Neil were talking about. You know, Signal has started to match CREAMLINE's pace at the latter part of the first set, but right now, looks like, you know, the focus stays internal because as you were asking, Boom, what would Gia do? And that question is really the question also of Coach Sherwin and the rest of the players because that kind of trust that they've built all throughout the years, trusting the system and trusting Gia finds the best solution is also what is electrifying the hearts of these Cool Smashers. Back to you, Boom and Neil.
It's a hashtag already, Lexi. Pretty much. What would Gia do? Back in the finals. Somebody who knows, you know, these girls know how it feels to be in the finals in different levels. Brooke, of course, a champion. Bella wants to be a champion in the PVL. Nogales also. Flowers to Nogales for just coming into her own and blossoming here in the PVL.
She really deserves the spotlight, I would say. From being picked in the 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken, in our PVL draft, to bagging best middle blocker awards here in the PVL.
And now just hanging out with a couple of MVPs. Huh? Pons goes high and long. Little run, as I said, Signal on a 6-1 answer.
From 8 points down.
Nagsimula yan nung Vanny got them together and she was pointing to her head, telling them to refocus. And they're back in it. 7 serving 10. Jen, faulty. 7-1 run.
It's their turn to commit a sham pass. This lead is down to 2.
Yep. From a high of 6. That's serve really of Erica. That's patented already for her. Back to Nierva. Thoughts circling around and then coming back.
Faking her approach one way, then going the other way to go for a swing.
That cuts the 7-1 run. Dawn handling that very well. It's a great set by Gel.
That's the 3rd point for Doria Aquino.
Battling back here in the 2nd set. Candler in the back row now will serve and sweep. Not good enough for Aquino. Beautiful touch. Tots Carlos shows her soft side.
From Bernadette Pons to Tots Carlos, both of them have scored off those soft touches. It's a difficult shot to take when you're coming in from the back row. It takes more power to get a higher clearance.
Good first ball again. Tiamzon unable to punish that one. Nabitin pero nakakuha pa rin ng point. That was not a perfect execution, but De Leon hanging and scratching that ball to the other side.
No reaction from the Super Spikers. Everybody just watched that ball drop.
That's the classic campfire. It's out. Ten will be serving 13. Gia, Gemma, self-cover by Pangilinan, doesn't work, so it's a free ball. Gia will try again, the same play. Gia goes to the middle. Chance here for Signal, they get the rebound. Pangilinan able to contribute there.
That's the rebound that they want to get. Such a controlled, soft touch from Erin Pangilinan as she transitioned to offense to get her first point of the match. Lead down to 2.
Also had 1 point in game number 1, talking about the former NU champion. Sharp serve. Once handling it very well, which sets up the heavy-handed MG.
3 points for Michelle Gumabao. Kyle Negrito with that reverse set, giving Michelle Gumabao a single blocker.
14 serving 11. Back to Vanny. In the middle, that is out. Was there a touch? No, that was actually a great setup, Neil.
It was one of the few combination plays that we've seen. Kulang lang sa wrist action yung last hit ni Tiamzon. It's back to a 4-point lead.
Biggest lead here was 8, by the way, and set number 2. Dawn, secondary setter. Panaga covering herself. MG will be denied with that sequence.
They can't get it through offense. They can get it through defense. Pinakamahirap na task would fall on the shoulders of the middle blockers of Signal, I would say, because aside from shadowing the middle blocker of CREAMLINE, they would have to chase after the left and right wings of CREAMLINE.
Free ball, partner. And Pangilinan, sorry, check that. Santos does not waste it. 7 points.
That
for
breather
Erica.
helped her to put things into perspective.
Yeah, give her a different view. Or minsan, hinga lang eh, no? Makahinga ka lang ng konti. Ayuna sends it to the net. 16-13. We will be back.
Second technical timeout score, 16 for
UAAP Season 88 Volleyball is in full swing. Watch the games every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday on the Pilipinas Live app. Also available on the UAAP Varsity channel and on One Sports, because legends start here. We're still inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum for Game 2 of the finals between the Signal Super Spikers and the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. CREAMLINE leading by a set. And they're still leading here in the second set by 3. Gia de Guzman to serve. Cayuna will choose Erica Santos. Defended well by Gia de Guzman. Galanza goes for a soft touch. No go. Vanny Gandler attacking from the back row, but she is checked at the net. Double block for CREAMLINE. Timeout will be called by Signal.
Hindi. So, mas option mo to. Okay, pag-block, okay? Sige. WhatsApp lang tayo. Basta muna.
Good pass. Side out lang ulit. Tara, isa pa.
Basta tsagain lang natin, tsagain na. Walang okay, dapat lang, kapit lang, ha?
Patience. Super!
Back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum, we are at 17-13. 4-point lead for CREAMLINE over Signal in second set action of game number 2. Tiamzon. Back to Tin. Great coverage there. Erica on the other side. Cayuna will leave it. No timing with Pangilinan. Carlos, that's very close to the net. Atienza will bring it back to Gemma, who is rejected.
Blocking still alive for the Super Spikers. That's the second point for Erin Pangilinan. So Coach Shaq is trying different iterations to the starting unit niya to find the 6 that will click here in the second set.
Sugal na dahil down 1 in the series, down a set here in the second. Another chance here for Signal. Back to Vanny, adjusting. Great dive by Pons. Vanny again working hard. Santos, inunahan yung blocker.
Yeah. It's a better hit from the Signal Super Spikers. I noticed in set number 1, in the early parts of set number 2, they've been targeting zone 6. And yung defender ng CREAMLINE, nakatayo lang doon. So you have to find zone 1, zone 5, or even the sharp cross on zone 2.
Yung defender kanina, puro si Pons, ano? Pons was the one there in zone 6, just waiting. Cayuna underhands it to Vanny, and Vanny still makes something out of nothing. 11 points for the former Blue Eagle.
Still very consistent here in the final series. Don't look now, boom. They're just down by 1.
3-0 run prompts this timeout.
Ulit tayo ulit. Ha? A3 tayo, A3. Francis, ito ka lang. Pag medyo diskarte lang, diskarte. Yan yung sinasabi natin, walang score. First attack ulit, then cover. Ha?
Let's go!
Okay, let's go! Go!
Energy! Confident side up!
Hey, one, CREAMLINE!
Happy!
(17-16), a 3-0 run by Signal. They came back all the way from 8 earlier, 6, and now down 4 and down 1 only. Power tip is taken by Cayuna. Santos again. Coverage by Tiamzon. Gandler on the other end. The shoot set from Joe Cayuna, and we're all tied up. Vanny Gandler is undeniable.
You're going to ask me kung ano nangyari, but nandito na tayo sa situation. I only have one thing to say, Vanny Gandler happened.
Gia to Carlos. Dawn was there. Gel takes a look at the back just to fake the ball. And Vanny Gandler with some heat on that swing.
She really wants to win this game.
I love that.
That is obvious. No question about it. From receiving, passing, to attacking, she's been doing it all for the Super Spikers. And even talking, yes, she has been commanding this unit. And in terms of tenureship, age, she's probably one of the youngest on the floor.
I remember when she entered Signal, she said she's really the youngest. Natuwa nga siya nung Acuña came to Signal dahil meron daw siyang ka-age. And now she is playing like a veteran. And she continues to respond. What a run! This is a 6-0 run from the Signal Super Spikers. She is doing it in a variety of ways, Neil.
Again, they recognize the defense of Bernadette Pons in Zone 6. That's why they have changed targets already. The past 2 points from Vanny Gandler was dun sa line angle. Zone 1 talaga yung nagiging target niya.
Good pass. Tots, inunahan yung blockers. And that finally breaks the run. 18-19. This is a familiar song that we are singing here in set number 2.
The same situation actually.
2019 tayo kanina.
Signal has a 1-point lead. Now it's time for them to take care of that 1-point lead and go all the way to the 25-point mark.
Vanny. Block breaker. Number 15.
Leading oral scorers by a mile. No reaction.
And like I said, what the biggest improvement is really mentally for her. It's a good serve from Pangilinan. Good dig by Gel. Why not go back to the well? Gia opens up to Pons. Coverage by Gemma. Carlos again. Good up. Gandler again. Good up. Oh, Gemma with the left hand. Gia with the right hand. It is back with CREAMLINE, but it is Signal with the point. Unbelievable play.
These are the balls that you really need to put away. When you're given an overpass from the defense of the other team, you have to be ready for that power tip or that fast swing. 3-point lead for the Super Spikers.
Can they hang on? Nierva with the reception. Pons delays that one and gets a point.
Coach Shaq with a follow-up second ball.
Up. Good get. Good coverage. Good effort by Dawn. Here comes CREAMLINE. That will bounce out. And that lead is down to 1 again. That's 2 straight points by CREAMLINE. Will Shaq call a timeout? No.
Yeah.
Look at that effort by Dawn. Look at that slide.
Yan yung handoff nila. Parang nag-usap sila, Vanny, take care of the front line. Ako na bahala, hindi mo mamatay yung bola on my watch.
Santos responds from the right side with only 1 blocker. They thought they were going to go to Vanny again.
That's the good thing about Signal. We've seen so many out-of-system plays, but the wings have been saving them in those situations. Erica Santos, Vanny Gandler, that's the strongest front line of Signal.
22 serving 20. Signal trying to hang on. Gemma gets it from Nierva. The up. The swing. What a draw by Doria Aquino to set up Vanny Gandler.
They just can't control
look at that.
Vanny Gandler. Single block, not enough.
Dahil nga kay Doria Aquino, no?
Dahil nga ngayon, di pa masyadong stable yung passing ng Signal. Decoy ang gamit sa middle blocker sila. Reaction time is on another level from the Super Spikers.
Nierva with that familiar jump set. Tiamzon sweeping. Gandler swinging. Gia setting to Pons. Oh, and a touch at the net. They will challenge this, I assume, Neil. Right now it is 21-23 with a challenge coming from Signal claiming they did not touch the net.
Might have been the ball.
It was Fernando Velarde, our second referee, who called that challenge. Oh, sorry, who called that net infraction. Can Signal hang on? The crowd of CREAMLINE trying to will them back into the set. Biggest lead of CREAMLINE in the second set was 8. And by the way, Gandler, 9 of her 16 came in the second set. And it all started when that first point, and she told, you know, her teammates, umapit lang, lumaban lang. And they clawed their way back here.
She's 1 point away from tying her output in game number 1.
You're right.
I won't be surprised if she goes for 25.
Ah, wow.
Oh, wow. Net fault will be called.
Kay Jel yata yun, ano?
That will be unsuccessful because of the arm sleeve. Sometimes the players don't feel the net touch galing sa tape ng net.
Maganda na rin magamit as a timeout itong yung challenge na Neil, just to halt any kind of CREAMLINE momentum.
Official score is 21 serving 23.
Make that 21 serving 24. 3 set points for the Super Spikers. And it's in the hands of the leading scorer of the game by a mile. Floater. Dawn trying to get to it.
Not yet, says Berto that point. They're still in it.
Saving 1 set point. Serving 24. Signal will be an offense here if they get a good first ball. Gandler gets it. And a power tip on the second ball put away from Jel Cayuna. And the Signal Super Spikers win their very first set here in the finals with a Pure Gold Always Panalo play of the set. Brought to you by Pure Gold. So Pure Gold, always panalo. Cayuna with 3 points. And Signal is on the board.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for today's championship game, we're giving away 100 dry fit jerseys for free. And we're giving away not 10, not 20, but 100 jerseys. 100 jerseys. Sino me gusto? Taas ang kamay and get ready to catch. This is brought to us by Fabriano Appliances, known for its cooking ranges made in Europe, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, and many more. The official home and commercial appliance partner of the PVL. That's 100 jerseys. Let's go!
We're back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum. We got a game now. 25-23 for the Cool Smashers, 25-22 for the Super Spikers of Signal. We welcome you inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum, watching us on One Sports and the Pilipinas Live app. Boom Gonzalez, Neil Flores. First set win in the finals for Signal, finally.
That is big. CREAMLINE just lost control after building that 8-point lead against Signal. We're loving the action. The fans are enjoying, and it wouldn't be a final series without drama in this game number 2. As we take a look at the set 2 highlights, CREAMLINE was working as a well-oiled machine in the first few moments. Pero for Signal, nawala man yung atake nila, hindi nawala yung floor defense nila. That really helped them keep their heads afloat in set number 2. Don Katindig was just guarding that floor really well. Block coverage was there for CREAMLINE. Vanny Gandler happened again, and she's nearing the 20-point mark again. And now, the confidence is on Signal's side.
Yeah, hindi rin nawala yung composure. Isa pang hindi nawala sa kanila, especially being down 8 as much as 8. And at the end, where CREAMLINE was again making their move, 25-22 eventually. Tell me what you see, what stands out to you.
Signal was able to catch up in terms of our statistical numbers. 16 attacks compared to the 15 of CREAMLINE. 3 kill blocks versus 1, and multiple, countless number of excellent digs and block coverage touches in the back row.
Para lang mabuhay, maingat lang ang bola, maka-counter-attack lang, which is basically the strategy of both teams. They just want to counter, they just want those rebounds, they just want that ball up high, and so that they can swing away, because they have some very capable attackers here regardless of position. Talking about CREAMLINE and Signal. CREAMLINE takes set number 1, Signal takes set number 2. We have a match ongoing. We expect this one to be even more intense in front of a mammoth crowd here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Of course, Lexi Rodriguez and Kyla Kingsu are also with us here in our coverage. They are continuing to take or get stories for us, and we will hear from them in a bit. In the meantime, that must have felt good for Signal. Not only that they were able to take set number 2, but the manner that they did it. They came back and then they held on at the end.
Now that's off their chest, it is going to be a different ball game from here on out. Ang ganda din ng ginawa ni Coach Shaq. He put in a couple of second stringers to try to regain control. It worked for them.
And sweeping behind again is Bernadette Pons to set up this Gemma Galanza hit. Atienza with the coverage. Gemma again is denied and checked at the border here at the start of set 3.
Going to be the way to go for the Signal Super Spikers. Floor defense, net defense, walang question about it. They're taking advantage of their strongest suits in this game.
With Shaq very active at the sidelines. Gia will open up. And great coverage, great coverage at the net if you can. By Signal, 2-0 here.
2 straight kill blocks against the attackers of CREAMLINE.
Now you put a little doubt, at the very least, on the other team, just to think that they're not gonna steamroll over you, because it looked like that. It looked like this was the series already when they were down 8.
That's good for the Super Spikers because it's different when you win sets, pero galing ka sa 8-point deficit. It just shows that you can really compete for that title.
Yeah, against a team like CREAMLINE too. This time, Bernadette Pons with a block breaker. She leads CREAMLINE with 12.
She's the only player in double digits for the Cool Smashers. The head-to-head affair, Vanny Gandler versus Bernadette Pons in scoring.
16 for Gandler, 12 for Pons. Deep dish receive. Gandler, inunahan yung blockers. Tiamzon was there for coverage. Gandler changes the angle on that second jump and is able to get her 17th point of the match.
Just the start of set number 3. I count 25 to 30 for Vanny Gandler. The expected production at this rate.
Thoughts in the middle. Read very well by Doria Aquino. They're not going to be deceived anymore by some of these combination plays.
Block number 3. And that's how you put a dent on the confidence of the attackers of CREAMLINE when you continuously keep on rejecting those attacks. Talagang mapapaisip sila. But you still have middle blockers like Pangs Panaga that can score quick points.
And you know, CREAMLINE, they've lost sets obviously, and then probably this has got to be one of their toughest conferences. So they're hardened by all of their experiences already. So one set loss will not face them as Santos puts it away.
Santos!
Also in double digits with 11 points.
Spike of the set brought to you by Duncan Pasalubong ng Bayan. Nerva with the receive. Katindig. Gandler angles it and still gets it to go.
Still no solution for Vanny Gandler. So ngayon, for CREAMLINE, they can target anyone but Don Katindig in the back row.
So, depensa tayo. Sige sa first ball, sige sa second ball. Okay, bubol. First attack mo na ulit. Okay, let's go.
Let's go,
Six-3 for the Super Spikers. They continue their momentum here in set number 3. Looks like Signal continues to go to Nierva on the receiving end. The Santos are gonna award the point. And the coaching staff of Signal, are they gonna challenge this? I think they are gonna challenge this one. At least Shaq is inquiring from the bench, but wala daw, sabi ng assistant coach.
Assistant coaches are on their devices, checking every stat, every replay.
That's how the evolution also of the game, Neil.
Sobrang data-driven na ngayon.
Right.
You would see other coaches in the bleachers giving directions to the assistant coaches na nasa bench.
At may mga communication devices na rin sila, obviously. 6-5 is the score. It's a great recovery there by Atienza and a counter-attack by Pons. 5 will be serving 6. Over receive. De Guzman. Coverage by Gemma. Pons again. The tip back by Cayuna. It's a chance to set. They go to Cayuna to strike. Carlos says, I got it. It's a great play. And that Bernadette Pons has been the thorn on the side of Signal.
Gia de Guzman has been trying to establish the presence of her middles, pero ang tibay ng blocking ng Signal. So she changes direction, she gives more sets to Bernadette Pons. So it's a good thing that she can convert.
Another over-received ball. Couple off the arms of Gandler. 4-0 CCS run.
Point number 15 also for Bernadette Pons.
Carlos probably go back to Gandler. But it is Tiamson receiving. Smart play again by Jel Cayuna for her 4th point of the match.
Don't forget about her dump balls.
Panalo play brought to you by Yakult. 18 points so far. The chase, the chance ball for Signal. Tied at 7-all. Gel delays it for Tiamzon. Creamline smart to it. Long ball, Gandler sweeping. Back to Tiamzon, who goes for the angle this time. That's another free ball going the side of Signal. Oh, but Gemma uses the net. Gemma uses the net. Whether it's intentional or not, that favors the side of Creamline.
Welcome back, PVL fans. You're still watching Game 2 of the finals here in the All-Filipino Conference. You know what? It's a great match that we have right here. It's a jam-packed arena as well. But let me tell you, Kyla, the competition is just getting started because, you know, Signal might have been able to catch up a little bit, but Creamline knows it well, and they can catch up very much at this latter part. And you know what? I kept asking the same question, these players. What helps you continue to have that love of the competition, the love of the game? And BDL answered the same thing. And you know what? That experience, what Boop mentioned also, it really hardened and toughened themselves. And that experience is what counts them in here in Game 2. But the question is, you know what? Signal might have caught up. But the question for Signal, Kai, is can they really sustain this?
Well, Lex, Jel Cayuna would love to answer that question. As you told me, that to chase something historic, they have to remain present confident enough not to lose these special moments. As you told me, they're really taking it one play, one decision at a time. They're grasping every single moment before they focus on the entire picture. They want to focus on what's right in front of them. And I know, Lex, you have more to say about your Creamline squad, but for now, let's throw it back to you, Bumanil.
I don't know. That's the sweetest argument I've ever heard. Lexi.
Okay, o tingnan nyo muna.
Kyla.
Pag-contact ng bola, tingnan nyo kung short or long. Commit tayo. Okay, huwag nyo hintayin na madala sa net tapos sa atin ulit na tayo na.
So Coach Shaq calls a timeout because it's a 7-1 run by Creamline all of a sudden. Neil, at 10-7 for Creamline. After a great start by Signal. So we have the reverse story here in the third set. Signal with a big start. Creamline coming back. And Coach Shaq icing the server. Lalong isip, by the way, before the timeout came in for Tin Tiamzon. Coach Shaq experimenting again, trying to just change it up here as Tin has been checked. There's no checking that.
Every time they go to a quick attack, the tempo is usually correct. That's why it's called the quick attack. You have to be able to get past that first line immediately to score a point. Substitution will be made by Coach Shaq. Erin Pangilinan to replace Acuna.
Yeah, they've gotten shorter here with Lalong Isip and Pangilinan in. But Coach Shaq trying to stymie this run. Lalong Isip receiving. Santos. It's a great set by Jel Cayuna. 12 points. Yeah.
On cue. That is going to be one of their alternative options in this two-hitter front line rotation. You have Pangilinan and Lalong Isip. That's why they went for a D-ball. Pero ngayon, nasa harapan na si Erico Santos, giving Jel Cayuna a plethora of options up front.
Dawn with a dolphin dive. Another one by Jel. Dawn recovering just to set Santos, but Santos hits it to the net. (12-9). That's too low.
But you see the intention. She knows na nakatingin na agad yung blockers ng Creamline kay Erica Santos. Jel Cayuna wanted to be unpredictable, but the execution should be on point to be able to pull that one off. Lalo na't may pagka-B-pass na yung bigay sa kanya ng bola.
Santos. Taken by Pons. Candler saving that one. Lalong Isip. Pons has been excellent from the backcourt, but not that time for the third ball. But Pons has been so good as a sweeper, Neil.
She's the best sweeper in that starting unit. That's why I've been saying Signal has to target zone 1 and 5, because if you're going to straight to zone 6, hindi nagagalaw si Bernadette Pons. That's going to be an immediate transition play for Creamline.
I just remembered something. We'll talk about it after this point. Erin sends it to the other side. Not good enough. Gemma sends it to the net. I just remembered, Coach Shaq was the one who recruited Bernadette Pons back in the day. Pinuntahan talaga sa probinsya yan. It was one of his discoveries from eventually from palarong pambansa. And now the headache that Coach Shaq recruited. Ooh. Gemma.
Stop from Pangs Panaga. That will bring her production up to 7 points.
14-11. Dawn still recovering. Oh, the check at the border.
They've been waiting for that moment. Vanny Gandler has been using their hands to her advantage, but this time she gets rejected. A total shutdown from the blockers of CREAMLINE.
15-11. Back to Ishii. Back to Erica. And Erica scores her 13th point. Not out of it yet. 12-15. Erlindo Eusebio will have something to talk about with Gia de Guzman.
The celebrities are out to enjoy this game. Ian Rances and Samantha Bernardo supporting their dear friend, Eliza Valdez.
Aaron. Thoughts. Checked by Gandler. Pons. Oh, that was bullet. That was a bullet.
17 points for Bernadette Pons. She's doing everything from defense to offense, contributing so many numbers for her CREAMLINE.
It's a Pons versus Gandler show here. Cramped and packed, but an electric Smart Araneta Coliseum, who will enjoy the first ever batch of professional All-Stars. They voted for these All-Stars in the 2026 Volleyball All-Star Showcase, May 1, Pilipinas Live, One Sports, One Sports Plus. And ayun, Spikers Turf All-Star Showcase, PVL All-Star Showcase. Ang daming sorpresa para sa mga fans sa Kandon!
That's a rare occurrence. Don Katindig not in position for the pickup.
And I was waiting for Vanny too. And look at the crowd. All the way up top. This receive. This lead is at 5 now. Once again. Dawn again. Gia with coverage. Thoughts. Puts it through. And a 6-point lead in set number 3. The shrieking is back. The CREAMLINE fans behind us.
Good choice of angle from Tots Carlos. Vanny Gandler is a tall outside hitter. You better know when to challenge and when to tool the block of Signal.
So it's 18-12 for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. Let's listen to Coach Shaq.
Mukmuk na naman tayo dyan. Ha? Laban niyo yan! Sino ba nagsiserve? Si Panaga. Tingnan mo. Si Panaga nagsiserve. Ayan o, dyan.
What's been the issue here for Signal, Neil?
I think that there have been moments na off yung reception nila. One thing remains consistent. I mean, two things. Their blocking and their floor defense. But the rest, there have been highs, there have been lows. So, they're trying to look for the middle ground. You don't want to be in a situation na naghahabol ka because a 6-point lead is a big lead. Although they were able to erase that 8-point lead, it doesn't guarantee that they can do it again.
Yeah. And it is exhausting to do it, both physically and mentally, especially in the finals. Gel. The tip by Santos, over-calculating it. And this has gotten away from Signal here in the third.
7-point lead now for Creamline. We're seeing the crisscross King Crunchers. We want to congratulate them for bagging their crown also, and the Spikers turf. Coach Tai in attendance.
Tsaka ang dami ring all-stars dyan na galing sa crisscross. Napupuntang Candon. They're watching, of course, their sister team here who are pulling away and are doing everything, including serving well.
We pointed that out already, the reception of Signal. Now it's off. They need to turn it back on because sayang yung front line na to. This is the front line that they've been waiting for. Dito sila umaabante.
Vanny again. That's out. Vanny thought there was a touch. No touch. And I think this is worth a challenge. Just to do anything to halt the momentum.
They will take a chance.
Yeah.
It's going to be a block touch challenge from Coach Shaq.
Again, PLDT winning earlier today. They changed their own narrative, right? They've not been able to win bronze medal matches. I think 4 tries, if I'm not mistaken. So PLDT finishing their season strong.
2 5-setters against Farm Fresh.
Yeah.
That was a tough series.
Which is credit also to Farm Fresh and what they've done this conference too, Neil.
This is the official video replay. There was no block touch. That point will remain with Creamline.
Santos. Vanny.
Off the block, Vanny Gendler.
While ago it was an 8-1 run, but now side out will be scored by Vanny Gandler. Double substitution for Coach Shaq. Giselle C. and Ordiales will check in.
Not yet over, but obviously towards the end of this set it's going to be tough. But as we always preach, Neil, you don't want to give away a set because you just don't want that kind of feeling of just letting it slip and bringing that to the next set, which might be the final set if Creamline wins this third. Pons asking for it. Giselle to Vanny. Gia keeps it up. It's too low for Pons.
Bernadette Pons also babied that attack. Wasn't the preferred set that she was waiting for. Still a 7-point cushion for the Cool Smashers. They don't want to make the same mistake that they did in set number 2.
That's a great serve by Giselle C.
That's how it started in set number 2. Signal scored off a Shaq pass from Creamline. Nagdire-diretso na sila. Creamline wants to get one good stop in this next sequence.
Another combination play. Dawn got a hand on it, but unable to keep it up and unable to keep it in play. 22 will be serving 15. Underhand to Ordiales. Nobody home. And this is slipping away. Coach Shaq taking out Katindig for this. Ito ipapahinga na niya ito eh. Lagay niya si Durendes, lagay niya sila si lalong isip Ordiales just to get the starter some rest going into set number 4 because Creamline is a runaway machine here in set number 3. Encarnacion will probably pull out Gandler here pero hindi papayagan.
There's a challenge.
May challenge pala.
Reaching beyond the net challenge from the Super Spikers. That was Bernadette Pons 18th point of the match.
Right behind the 19. And Vanny Gander on the other side. And the chants from the CREAMLINE crowd.
From Gemma Galanza versus Vanny Gandler, it has now become Bernadette Pons versus Vanny Gandler. That will be unsuccessful for Signal. They will take out their starters. Vanny Gandler will sit down to refocus as they gear up for set number 4. Second stringers will try to catch up here.
Konting hinga lang. Konting pahinga. Use the opportunity. Especially if they're given a chance to extend this set number 3. Signal saves a set point courtesy of a service error. You know, we had 9,000 in attendance in game number 1. It jumps to over 17,000 today here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum. And there you have it. CREAMLINE is a set away from cementing their legacy, and they're to be an immortal team here in the PVL. A Pure Gold always panalo play of the set, brought to you by Pure Gold. So Pure Gold always panalo. 4th set is underway when we come back. Three sets down, 2 of them belong to the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. 25-23, they lose 22-25, but in the 3rd set, they demolish Signal 25-16. And a strong start, actually, by Signal in that 3rd set. They held on to a lead. And how did CREAMLINE turn it around, Neil?
They just really pressured the receivers of Signal. The Super Spikers were overwhelmed. Signal scored a couple of aces to pull away. And then nakuha na din nila yung tamang blocking pattern to reject the attacks of the Super Spikers. Kaya nag-drop na rin yung attacking efficiency ng Signal. They were at 24% in set number 3 compared to the 39% of the Cool Smashers. That's the biggest difference in terms of production. 14 attacks to 8 in the first 2 sets. It was very close.
Yeah.
But in set number 3, just CREAMLINE just ran away with that set.
And they have that ability to just turn it up, especially when they're healthy, which they've generally been here in this last stretch of the PVL All-Filipino Conference. And they are a set away from immortality. 11 titles is what they're looking for. I remember, perfect that they just showed Michelle Gumabao there. I remember talking to Michelle Gumabao prior to the start of the season. As you look at the count for today, umakyat na pala ng 17,358 dito sa Araneta Coliseum.
On a Thursday.
On a Thursday. Michelle Gumabao says, I asked her, aren't you like tired of winning? And she says, it's an obsession of theirs. And there you go. That's a healthy obsession. 10 titles. And Signal will try its best as their starters are back. to stymie this runaway train.
This can be the golden set of CREAMLINE. But CIGNAL can still turn things around if they can start well.
They can force a fifth, and anything can happen. Dawn with the get. Chia was there. And the first point going to CREAMLINE, courtesy of Gemma Calanza, who has 8 tonight.
Both teams will feel every point won and lost here in set number 4. Gemma Calanza breaking that block of CIGNAL to give them their first point.
Yeah, de Guzman also had some knee issues here in this conference. Looking very healthy as Tiamzon gets the hit out.
Specialty of the house for Tintem Tiamzon. Just trying to simplify things for them. Kasi pag umabot sa back zone, yung ball galing sa CIGNAL, nakaabang na yung defenders ng CREAMLINE.
Straight to Gemma, which has been their strategy. Calanza, two straight points here in this set.
Now with 9 points.
Yep.
There are 2 players in double digits for CREAMLINE. Yeah, Bernadette Pons with 18. And Tots Carlos with 11.
Quiet 11, ano? Good first ball. Good coverage by Atienza. Dawn will set it up for Gandler, who's there to cover. Yep. Net touch by Pangs. It was very emotional entering the finals, as we saw the videos of her, obviously, and it only shows you that even with the amount of winning that they've done, getting into the finals meant so much to them for many, many reasons.
CIGNAL was actually the first one to claim a semifinal seat.
Bump set. And a giveaway to CREAMLINE. Tiamzon to Gandler. Oh, Gandler still scores.
No signs of slowing down for Vanny Gandler. Finally getting into the 20-point mark for the Super Spikers.
She's had multiple 20-plus production here in the All-Filipino. I believe 4. That's out. Did anybody touch it? No. Are they going to challenge this?
Will be an early challenge from CREAMLINE. Ball in, ball out. On that Tots Carlos hit.
Sorry, when I say Vanny Gandler had 3 or 4 20-point games, I'm talking about only CREAMLINE against CREAMLINE, as they've met each other already. This will be their 5th meeting, which is the most already this season. 5th meeting, they're 2-2, and Gandler now has 4 20-point production games in the 5 matches.
Officially, that is out. That will be unsuccessful for CREAMLINE. They will lose 1 challenge opportunity. Official score is 4 for CIGNAL, 2 for CREAMLINE.
(4-2). Tots tipped back by Gandler. Tots again. Gandler keeps it up. Bumalik pa kay Gandler. Carlos with the self-cover. Long ball. Tiamzon was there for defense. Santos. Stopped by Galanza. And a very, very smart play by Bernadette Pons.
Now with 19 points. Kaya niya gawin lahat.
Yep. Multifaceted, multi-talented, multi-titled too. both individually and as part of the team. Carlos, dug by Cayuna. Santos uses the net and is able to score. They need Erica to come alive here, Neil.
And they will take it. Vanny Gandler is on the roll. They need Erica Santos to score more here in the fourth set.
Let's go to Lexi Rodriguez and find out what's up.
Well, Boom and Neil, you know what? Something about the Creamline Soul Smashers, you know, they're not overly hype, and that kind of body language is definitely showing how much of a mature team that they are, especially like player with like Bernadette Pons. You know what? She did tell me earlier that when it comes to crunch time, when it comes to really catching up points and getting that lead back into the game, the conversation now shifts to closing it out and really getting back on track in the system. You know what? If the first two or three sets is really trying to get control, trying to get back on top. Right now, it's really to be more composed because it's more than ever. Now, more than ever, it's really that for them to really close this out at this set 4. Back to you, Buminio.
Well, they better stay composed because there's somebody who's coming at them right now with 21 points, Vanny Gandler.
We can simplify things. Keys to victory for both teams. If you want to win in set number 4, you have to slow down and minimize the production of Vanny Gandler. For Signal naman, ganun din kailangan magawin against Bernadette Pons.
Pancake by Santos. Tiamzon goes for it.
A fireball from Tim Tiamzon.
7 points and a 3-point lead for Signal.
Perfect pancake save there from Erica Santos.
Got there way early.
When you're against a shorter blocker, you just have to hit it at the highest point, and yun yung ginawa ni Tiamzon.
Carlos. Katindig again. Wow, what a save by Don. And technical timeout time with Signal ahead.
First technical timeout score. They have a challenge from CREAMLINE for reaching beyond the net.
With you here, and we actually did not go into a technical timeout. We went straight into a challenge reaching beyond the net, a challenge by CREAMLINE. To try to reaching beyond the net, that will probably be no. So officially now we go to a technical timeout. We will be back.
Welcome back to the PVL. You are still tuned in game number 2 of the All-Filipino Conference Finals. And just like that, we are in set number 4. Now, actually, Signal has lived this story before. And I mean, they've been here in fragments. The almost, the close, the not yet. But it hit them hard as last 2024, 2 years ago, when the final slipped away in 4 sets against CREAMLINE, when everything was unfortunately a little too far, a little too late. But they're no longer counting what they've missed. They're counting what they can still take. Captain Don Makandili Kadendig brought me back to game number 1, saying she realized her mistake there was in assuming that the Signal girls would all respond well to her tough love, being used to the big stage, and later realized that Signal is Signal, and Signal has come this far in this All-Filipino conference because of bringing back the enjoyment of the game they all love. It's the joy that gels them together. Their fight today hasn't been easy, but it's there, undeniably stronger. And if this is the last stretch of their story tonight, then it won't be told in almost or maybes, but in everything they were willing to fight through to get here, Gumanil.
Well, it's not over yet for your team tonight, Kyla, because they have responded well here at the start of this fourth with a 5-point lead.
They don't have any challenges left
for CREAMLINE.
And now they've put in Kyle Negrito and Michelle Gumabao. Coach Sherwin looking for a different flavor here in set number 4. They're down by 5.
Dawn taking that one. Sumilip si Jel eh.
That's the second point for Jel Cayon in the past few sequences. 6 points in total.
We'll see in the replay if we have it. No, but she took a look and saw the open gap at the corner. 6-point lead. 10-4 is the score. It's a 5-0 run, Neil.
It's literally a seesaw battle between these two squads.
Which is what we expected in a finals, really. Talagang nabulabog lang itong Signal dun sa game number 1. And they were not really able to recover, which happens to first-timers in the All-Filipino, especially in the All-Filipino, where you have no reinforcement to kind of, hey, bring us back.
Good pass.
Yeah, and again.
She's on a scoring spree. 7 points for Jel Cayuna. Almost in double digits as well.
3 in the set.
That's the benefit of having a setter who can easily go for jump sets, because a dump ball, a push towards the end zone becomes an additional option.
Right.
Lalo na pag dalawa lang yung attackers na nasa harapan.
Right. This receive. And this is where, Neil, nung linabas ni Coach Shaq yung mga starters niya muna at the end of that third, I really think that was so beneficial to them. That they get those extra 5-10 minutes on the bench.
They were able to breathe and regroup. Now, ang bilis. They've built a 7-point lead. Defense still on for the Super Spikers.
But malayo pa tayo, so this is all to play for here in the fourth. Tiamzon covering the down the line. Sorry, the cross court rather. Danny gets it back. Jel again, but this time too wide.
Apat sana eh. That's pushing her luck.
Jel was able to transform herself into the best setter that she is under Coach Shaq, where she really felt comfortable. PVL. Running attack did not work there. Danny sweeping. Erica. 2 straight points for CREAMLINE. And Coach Shaq is thinking about calling a timeout, and yes, he will. I think he wants to preempt this as early as possible.
Ay, up tayo ng 5. I-stop lang natin yung momentum, ha? Kuha muna tayo ulit ng 1 point. Boy, ilang, bawi lang ulit, ha? Ngayon, kapag patalunin mo muna to, sa gitna, ng video, harap, pangit mo muna, tas back row. Pag nag-transition, saka mo siya paraningin, ha? Ibig sabihin, pag nakakuha tayo ng galing block sa defense and defense, ha? Saka mo siya paraningin. Huwag mo siyang bigyan ng galing sa pasa. Kasi naka-establish yung ano nila.
Not a safe lead at all at 5, especially because we're not even midway through this set number 4. Creamline hungry for a title. Well, Signal just wants to get on board in this series.
That's an ace for Creamline,
Right.
care of Bea De Leon. Confusion on the floor of Signal.
3-0 run.
Down to a 4-point lead. They have to take care of this lead. It's so hard to be able to build a lead against the Cool Smashers. So when you get in that position na 5-6, you really have to sprint to the 25-point mark.
And tumawag na ng timeout si Coach Shaq. He doesn't want to call another one. This is a 3-0 run. And it's on the side of Creamline once again. Panaga asking for it, but it is Michelle who gets it. Gemma, Negrito, back to Michelle. Doug, Tiamzon. Inabangan ni BDL. Gemma, Gel, back to Tin. Still ongoing. Galanza. Dawn chases, puts it up to Tin. Negrito will go to Gumabaw, who will give Signal a free ball. Katindig back to Tiamzon, who finally puts it away. An exhausting rally that Signal is able to score on.
She continued to target the end zones in the hopes of getting an open spot. No una, diretso kay Bernadette Pons, but then she targeted the zone 5. That's the time that she scored a point. Zone 5, Zone 1, those are the two zones that you have to remember every time you're attacking the defense of Creamline. Never Zone 6.
With Bernadette Pons there in the middle. Katindig, strong on the dig. And Santos, strong on the swing. 15 points for Erica.
Like she's picking candies.
I have run out of superlatives for Dawn Makandili Katindig. Gemma. There she is again. Candler from behind. It's back with Signal. Gel will chase. Erica will swipe. That will go out. And Signal seems to have recovered here.
Did you see that reverse set from Gel Cayuna? Just pulling the blockers of Creamline. 7-point lead is re-established by the red shirts.
Yeah, Coach Sherwin is in a battle for sure. I did say in the pregame, Neil, ito ba ay playground lang ng Creamline? Or will Signal able to really make this a true battleground? And so far, they are.
Great effort from Don Katindig to try to save that ball. It was out of reach for her. She was able to put it up, but the direction was off.
Gel with one hand, and they still score.
9 points now for Tiamzon. She has been so active here in set number 4.
The Signal Super Spikers ahead by 7 here in set number 4. They're trying to force not only a 5th set, but they're trying to force a game number 3. Oh, she's back in that uniform. Santos back here. As Tin Tiamzon is getting ready. By the way, if we do have a game number 3, that will be on Tuesday, okay? We will tell you the schedule later on, but it will be not this weekend, but a Tuesday. Galanza. That drops in. Last second.
That's the thing about float serves.
Yep.
Even if mataas yung trajectory ng bola at any point, pwede siyang bumagsak. So you have to keep on following that ball until the end line.
Yep. That will be a Santos point, and that will be her 17th.
It's a combined output of 38 points for Erica Santos and Vanny Gandler.
And isama mo yung Tiamzon's 9, so that will definitely help their cause of trying to extend this. Carlos, dug by Tiamzon. Gel will send it to the other side. Nierva was there. Gia, dug by Acuna. Yeah, Gel saves that ball. Panaga. Good reaction there by Signal. Reverse set. Back to Tots. Off the rebound. Tiamzon keeps it up. Underhand to Gandler. Gandler with the long ball.
Double contact will be called on Pangs Panaga.
Gia is going to talk to Erlindo Eusebio here. And Erlindo wants to explain something to them.
There's no challenge for that call.
Correct. Gia talking also to Fernando Velarde. And they let it go. Serving 11. Chell keeps it up. Thoughts in the middle is checked at the net. Turned away by the double block of Signal.
That's the frustrating part when you're on the attacking end at naibabalik yung bola, and in the end, you would lose points because of the solid blocking pattern of Signal. Signal now up by 8 points. Timeout, Creamline.
Still serving for the Super Spikers, Jackie Acuna.
19-11 is our score. Creamline calling its last timeout. An 8-point lead. The biggest lead was 8 and is 8 still. As Creamline scores there.
You get one back. 12 points for Tots Carlos.
The spike of the set brought to you by Duncan Pasalubong ng Bayan.
Huge space between the left hand of Vanny Gandler and the antenna that allowed Tots Carlos to go down the line.
Which Rodriguez will serve and sweep, which she's very, very good at. Gandler. Oh boy, that is unplayable. 22 big points.
By far, that's the best hit of Vanny Gandler in today's game. Jel Cayuna pulling one blocker in the middle to give Vanny Gandler a better chance in putting that ball away. Up high and down hard.
Returned. Bernadette changes the angle. Katindig will go back to Gandler. That's very close, but it's still good. Carlos returns the favor.
13 big points for Tots Carlos. And now it's their turn to attack the single block of Signal. So many open zones to choose from. Your thoughts, Carlos?
Sorry, they have to wipe the slick spot first. Make sure. Okay, we're ready to go for this rally with Tots Carlos on tap. Down 7. Shell. Beautiful setup.
Where did that come from?
A zero tempo one,
Yeah.
Neil. Yeah, it's a zero tempo.
8 points, a quiet 8-point output for Doria Aquino.
It's a great point, yeah. Quiet.
Nabuhay mo yung point niya. Nabuhay nila yung offense. Iwasan natin makapunto si Doria. Kasi gusto nila mabilis eh. Diba? Kapitan mo ng talaga. Saan tayo abutin? Nandun tayo. Yes! Go! Yeah, go!
Sugars, 1, green light!
Now the defense will change. The blocking pattern will definitely change based off that timeout. They don't want the middles to score because they sense trouble already dahil sobrang bilis ng tempo na sineset up ni Jel Cayuna. And kanina, pag nababasa nila yung wing spikers, that's the time na nagkakaroon ng counter run yung Creamline. So one blocker will commit to Doria Aquino, but dahil may commit block na, pwedeng maiwan yung wing, so the chase block will also be crucial.
Candler was going for the line. It drops out. So it's Shaq trying to extend this to a 5th set. Cayuna still able to set it. And Tiamzon still able to score.
We've had 2 sets, 2 tight close sets, and now we're seeing 2 lopsided sets.
10 points for Tin Tiamzon, joining Santos and Gandler in double figures.
Also almost in double digits.
Yeah.
So 5 players might end up in the double-digit mark for Signal. That's the balance that they want to see.
And it still doesn't guarantee a win, but it gives them a better chance as Tiamzon will try again. Santos keeps it up. Gia leaves it for BDL. Gel on the running attack from Acuna. The dive by Nierva. The free ball for Signal. Cayuna will go back. Coverage by Santos. Open to Tiamzon. Gemma will swing. Candler will sweep. The tip by Santos. The get by Pons and another free ball. Gel. Still going. Candler with the left hand. Tiamzon will put it away.
That was an exhausting rally, Boom.
To call. It's an exhausting rally to call. Imagine them.
Patibayan ng endurance pagdating sa defense patterns, Signal not giving up, and they've managed to slow down the offense of Creamline thanks to their blocking.
And it's 23-14. A scratch at the net by Tin Tiamzon.
Sabi nga ni Coach Shorin, let's get more points. Tingnan natin kung saan tayo aabot. Substitution. Again, babalik si Pangs Panaga in the front line.
Tiamzon stopping that ball. Gandler from behind. Dug by Pons. Galanza. Gel pushes Acuna. That's still good. Chance ball for Creamline. Down 8. Katindig gets a hand on it. Acuna with the scratch. Gemma with the dump. Tiamzon on the other end. Puts it away. Tiamzon with 12 points for Signal and 9 set points.
Now everybody is on the same page on the Signal side. They've had a couple of moments kung saan nagbabanggaan yung mga players. So it's important to call out your zones, but they would rather have players bump into each other
Then
na
nobody-
nag-attempt ng bola.
Then nobody going for
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Which has happened to them also.
9-point lead.
And 9 set points. Giveaway by Gel.
Serving for CREAMLINE, Gigi de Guzman.
16, serving 24. Gel will underhand it to Tiamzon. And we are going to a fifth set. Signal forces this decider between them and CREAMLINE. After this, Pure Gold Always Panalo play on the set, brought to you by Pure Gold. So Pure Gold Always Panalo. We'll take a break. We will be back.
In classic Signal versus CREAMLINE, we are headed to a fifth and final set. It was a lopsided set number 4, a similar performance, but this time it was in favor of the Signal Super Spikers. They brought out all the guns. The other players stepped up to provide attack points. That's why there was a huge 13-point difference in that department, 20-7, and even in blocking and floor defense, Signal still had more numbers compared to the Goal Smashers. Let's check in with Lexi and Kyla. What do you have for us, guys?
PVL fans, are you excited for set number 5?
I don't think we can hear you. We need more energy than that because these players need more energy. What about from the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers fans? All right, we love that, Kai.
Let's hear it from Team Awesome. There we go. Now, earlier, Lex, you told me that CREAMLINE, they have it all, but nobody's perfect, I guess, because here we are with Redemption about to enter set number 5.
Talk about redemption, but let me talk about the kind of finals caliber volleyball that the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers just want to show their fans here at the Big Dome.
Well, the Signal Super Spikers are just as generous, and they'd love to treat our fans to a game number 3.
Well, absolutely. Well, this is game number 2. Welcome to the 5th set.
In front of 17,360 people here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum, Kyla Kingsu and Lexi Rodriguez ushering us into a 5th set. And by the way, when it comes to 5th setters, this will be our 17th in the conference. Three wins by CREAMLINE in the 5th set. That was against Nextled, also the Signal Super Spikers and the high-speed hitters. Signal, in the meantime, is 1-1 in 5th setters. CCS, obviously, is one of their victims, as you know, Neil and Akari Chargers. That is our record for both teams 17th fifth setter in what has been a tremendous grind of an all-Filipino conference.
A strong start is a must. Signal is pushing to gain an extra lifeline by forcing game number 3. And for CREAMLINE, they want this to be lucky number 11 for them.
Lagi natin sinasabi, Neil, pagdating sa fifth set, patibayan na ng dibdib. And Signal gets the first say. As we head to gut check time here for both CREAMLINE and Signal.
Set number 4, CREAMLINE wasn't able to crack the defense open. They tried their best. They delivered a lot of heavy hits, even soft touches to try to score off the defense of Signal, but they were steady as a rock.
Wow, speaking of steady, a couple of blocks. Steady at the net. And that ball returning like a rock.
Defense is the name of the game. When I think about Signal as a team, blocking is the first thing that comes to mind.
Something they've vastly improved in the course of their climb here in the PVL. That is out. Is there a touch? Nope. Erlindo Eusebio says none. And we got a first challenge here. I don't know, did Erica get a touch on that ball? I guess there's only one way to find out. I'm trying to look at her face and see.
I think it was Jackie Acuna.
Was it Acuna?
I think.
Okay. Well, I'll trust you more than myself when it comes to spotting these things, Neil. Again, game number 3 will be on Tuesday if we have a game number 3. And you're right.
There was a block touch.
Acuna. Good spot, Neil, and good spot by Coach Sherwin Meneses. 1 serving 2. You know when they say, pagdating sa fifth set, diba, this is CREAMLINE territory. So, Signal has a lot to do to prove that they can win. Couple of taps and tips. Katindig will set it to Santos with the off speed. Then to Gandler on the left pin. And a chance to counter here for CREAMLINE. Carlos will get the point. 2-all. Here's where the crowd element may also come into play here in the fifth set. They were quiet in that fourth set, Neil.
Because Signal was able to build a big lead against CREAMLINE, but now we're hearing the voices of the Cool Smashers fans trying to fuel this final run of CREAMLINE.
Gia to Carlos. Dawn saw that coming. Gel to Santos. What a swing! Oh, you saw her really cock back her hitting arm there. And the replay will show you.
You need to go full power every chance that you can get, unless alanganin lang talaga yung magiging bato ng setter papunta sa zone mo. Only have a short amount of time to be able to establish a lead. You blink and you lose.
Acuna, underhand. Oh, 2 players. What a coverage. Might have been dropping out, might have been bouncing out, but point is, they were not able to keep it up. Let's look at that again from this angle.
Oh, it was about to catch the line.
Yeah.
3-all.
Panaga with 9 points for herself. 3-all. Dawn will set it up for Santos again. Gia will open to Pons. Carlos denied. Pons off the rebound. Gel takes a look at the defense. Santos again. That is out. And it is deafening here at the Big Dome.
I can't even hear you. I just say yes to what you said.
Timeout Signal, and listen listen to this crowd, as the great Seb Sarmiento would always say.
Pag may transition daw, subukan yung mga may bitres. O 8 bitres, mga gano'n lang. Pero bitres pwede, para nakatapis. Ngayon yung kamay mo kay ano, ganito nangyari. O, diba ganyan, papalo niya. Ginaganito mo to. Ganyan mo lang. Tapos yung palo nito, yung block nito, ganito. Tapos kukunin ka ng ganyan. Tapos hanap ka, mas targetin mo to. Okay? Let's go!
You know that there's like some sense of urgency when they call a timeout with a 1-point deficit only. Kasi fifth set na eh. And you hear the crowd.
Coach Shaq gave a lot of instructions.
Yeah.
Number one, he designed the combination play for this next rally. I think they will be going to a big quick and a differential 3. And then, pinoint out din niya yung blocking pattern ng CREAMLINE, that you have to be able to tool the blocker.
She has been close to unstoppable tonight. Gandler with 23. With a block breaker on Tots Carlos. 4-all, fifth set. Back to Vanny. Oh, good instincts and reflexes by CREAMLINE. Gel. And a free ball for CREAMLINE here. Gia. Defense by Signal. Offense by Gandler. 24 big points by number 5 of Team Red.
Almost one whole set na ang pinupuntos ni Vanny Gandler. Doesn't want that to go to waste. She wants to win this game to force a rubber match on Tuesday.
Gia. And a combination play.
5-all, Bernadette Pons doing Bernadette Pons things. Reliability check, attacking efficiency check, combination play against a single block of Signal. Will tie things up here in the fifth.
2-all, 5-all. Woo! Gandler again. This time Pons was there. Gemma from the back row. Gia will send it to Dawn. Gandler will get it again. She will not be denied.
We saw that coming from miles away. It's Gia de Guzman blocking Vanny Gandler. That's why Jel Cayuna really made sure to push that ball near the antenna para may option for a hit out. Double substitution might be called for blocking purposes from CREAMLINE in just a bit. It depends if Signal scores another point in this next rally.
Vanny will serve. The CREAMLINE point.
Bernadette Pons also on a mission. Even in the preseason, she already claimed that this would be a conference that would be special for them if they win a championship. As we bring in the spike of the set, brought to you by Dunkin'. Pasalubong ng bayan.
6-all, set number 5.
They're in. The double sub is in for Coach Sherwin.
Kumaba will not be able to get it back. It is your point, my point.
It's hard to control a ball using one arm.
Yeah.
So as much as possible, if you can put that ball over with 2 hands, that would be better.
A battle of attrition here between CREAMLINE and Signal. Gandler was there. It's in! Cayuna with 8 points. 8-6 for the Super Spikers. Let's go to Lexi and Kyla.
We're in these crucial final minutes of the game. The tension is palpable, and this energy, this is what the heart of volleyball is all about, Lexi. And at this point of the game, it's not just the players that are in focus, but of course the head coaches who are steering their ships. And for Coach Shaq of Signal, prior to this game, he told me that he was not worried about reliving what transpired in game number 1. And look at that, they've come so far. As Coach Shaq told me, anything that happens tonight, the Signal team is rewriting history, and every single point is a message that they are not done here in the PVL. They're still in this legs.
Absolutely, Kai. You talk about, rewriting history, rewriting their stories. But for the Creamline Cool Smashers, they might be the chillin' girls, but trust that they are coming in hot right at this 5th set. For them, they've been in situations like this before. They've been in 5-set battles, but they've always found a way to really stick as a unit together. And for Coach Sherwin Meneses, it's really letting their system and, of course, the mastery of their craft to take over their biggest points. Back to you, Rubenil.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Kyla and Lexi. Excellent job, by the way, today in game number 2 by our courtside reporters. But yeah, you can say what you say about Creamline. They've been there, they've done that. For Signal, it is their time to prove that they can take down Creamline in a 5-setter in the finals. They've been able to do it this conference, where we're talking about the stakes being this high right now.
There's so much pressure heading into game 2. You're down by 1. You're up against Creamline.
And you were demolished, Neil.
And kilala sila to be finishers when it comes to final series. But you know what? In set number 4, Creamline only had a 12% attacking efficiency. That's because of the floor defense of Signal. They will score 1 now to bring the lead down to 1.
Yeah, muscling that ball to the other side. De Guzman with her 2nd point of the match. And she's on tap for this rally. Out of system. Never bring it to Pons in the middle. She sets up Carlos. Dawn was there. Gel will leave it for Santos, who overcooks it. And we're all tied up.
Nerves will start to set in for both teams. There's a challenge from Coach Shaq, maybe just to give his players time to breathe.
Yeah, because that's 2 straight points in case. In case they are unsuccessful in this challenge, that will be 2 straight points. Let's look at that. No touch. Santos with the miss hit on that ball. So we are at 9-all. 2 straight points by Creamline. All to play for. 2 sets all. 9-all in the 5th.
Race to 6.
Free ball for Signal. Santos gearing up in the middle. And Creamline saw that one. Gemma returned. She tries again. Cayuna. Rally still ongoing. Galanza will push. And Galanza very smart. And a 3-0 run by Creamline.
This feels like forever for a team chasing for their 11th title. They were down by 2. They erased that, and now they're up by 1. Timeout will be called by Signal.
You knew she was going to go for the swipe. But Santos unable to get to that ball.
Kuha muna tayo ng 1 point. Foul muna tayo. Call muna, ha? Okay? Ayun! Dean! Galingan pa natin. Galingan natin. Kaya tingnan mo, nagkukulang-kulang sila. Pag nakuha nila, ready na tayo. Galingan na natin. Isa lang mo.
10-9 for Creamline on the strength of a 3-0 run. These are the matches that build reputations, Neil, and develop character and shape narratives, or strengthen narratives for that matter. 10 serving 9. Santos. A chance to counter. Calanza. Don keeping it up. Gia will choose Panaga. That is out. No touch, says Erlindo Eusebio. Are they going to challenge? Yes, they are. Wait. Was that Acuna again guilty of another touch?
There might be a block touch on Jackie Acuna.
She was walking away like she did touch it, but again, better to take it.
It's a block touch challenge. It will not be given yet to Signal. We have to review this replay before we award a point.
They're none. No block touch. And Acuna raises her hands. I'm not guilty, she says. Stop judging me.
I don't know, it looked like she...
Wait, they're going to take a look at it again, Coach Sherwin. They say the thumb. Gia says they're asking it to check again. This is interesting, Neil, again. We're at 10-all. A big, big call. A big moment in the game.
This will fall on the hands of our first referee in the technical table.
Yeah,
Initial review, there was no block touch.
And they're constantly communicating here. The technical table is saying wala talaga. And Erlindo Eusebio. Big moment in game number 2. A referee's challenge now is going to be called.
So we're going to review that again.
Again, I guess.
I don't know if we're going to check a different angle.
Yeah, might as well if you're going to do it again, because it seemed like from that initial angle, the technical officials were in unison in saying that there wasn't. So, ooh, it may have grazed that thumb. Although it's so tough to see, it might be inconclusive. Yeah, there's no. Yeah. That ball covered that thumb, but it did not graze it. Okay, so that's what it is.
So that's official. There was no block touch, so we are tied.
And CREAMLINE accepts it.
And they can't afford to lose focus. The game is tied. They're 5 points away.
Also good on the officials to really make
Review
sure.
it, yeah.
10-all. Back to CREAMLINE. Back to Tots. Back to a 1-point lead.
Look at the point back. That is big for CREAMLINE. Sometimes players lose focus when they keep on asking for a specific call. They were able to regroup to get that point back.
And that's what experience can do, I guess, you know. You know how to come back to the center. Gandler. Dug by Gia. They go to Tots, who gives it up and gives it away. Santos all alone, but she overcomplicates it. She's asking for a check. Juan says there's no check. This is a big moment, because if there's no check, this is a 2-point lead.
Santos wanted to totally avoid the double block of CREAMLINE, but she has to consider the set placement. Nasa dulo na yung set ni Jel Cayuna. So if you're going to go down the line, tas iiwasan mo pa yung blockers, lalabas talaga yung bola. So you have to try to go to a sharp cross or a deep zone. There are other options, or you can even try to challenge the double block of CREAMLINE.
So we have a block touch challenge here. 12-10. Erica Santos probably replaying that moment in her head. It is far from the hands of Bernadette Pons. Sila naman ang humihingi ngayon itong signal na baka tumama sa forearm, pero that's highly unlikely. 12-10 with Galanza on serve. Gambler denied.
That might be the biggest block of this match. Vanny Gandler has been playing so well. Now in the 5th set, CREAMLINE knows that Jel Cayuna will try to find Vanny Gandler in the front line. Shut down there, 2 points away, CREAMLINE.
A huge 3-point lead. But Gandler will not stop. 26 points for Vanny Gandler.
What nerves, says Vanny Gandler.
Timeout, CREAMLINE.
Max, gumagyan ka lang dito. Ikaw, dito ka, di ba? Yeah. Sumigaw ka lang na mabuti. Kukuha lang si Gia ng isang block. Huwag dito ang palo. Diretso lang tayo, kukuha lang ng block. Okay, diretso ang palo. Okay, coach. Ha? Kung papalo ka naman, kung papalo ka, dito ang palo. Okay, coach. Okay. May libero eh. Hey, iwala sa receive. Hey, one, CREAMLINE!
Big timeout. As Erica Santos and the rest of the Super Spikers behind by 2. CREAMLINE tried to outlast Signal here in the 5th. Carlos. And what you're hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is the reaction to 3 championship points combined with the entry of the Phenom.
CREAMLINE is now a championship point. Serving for the match, Eliza Valdez.
14-11 CREAMLINE. Gel. And that's it! Number 11 for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. For the 11th time, the confetti drops for the dynasty that is CREAMLINE.
It's time to paint the town pink, Boom.
Yep.
11 titles for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. Another gold medal, another crown.
And this one has got to be up there in terms of one of the toughest roads that they've taken.
That's why it's extra special. They were pushed to the limit from the preliminaries to the knockouts to the semifinals.
You know, since we'll have, Anil, we'll have a lot of time for CREAMLINE, but let's give a moment to the Signal Super Spikers, Neil.
Nothing to be ashamed of, really,
definitely.
for Signal. It's their first time competing here in the Open Conference.
No question.
Finals, as you said. Silver medals, not bad at all.
That girl, Vanny Gandler, really did everything in her power to try to extend this one.
And I couldn't think of a better matchup here in the finals. Signal just really proving that defense can continuously bring your team to the next level. We saw that here in game number 2, but in the end, the Creamline Cool Smashers were their same selves in the finals, just finishing it off in game number 2.
Fantastic show of sportsmanship by both teams as we look at the Pure Gold Always Panalo play of the set, brought to you by Pure Gold. So Pure Gold Always Panalo, well, she scored 26 points. They knew that they were going to milk Vanny Gandler till the end at loading up on Gandler. And this applause is for the Signal Super Spikers who can hold their heads up high. They were bamboozled in that first set as first-timers in the finals, but they showed here in game number 2 rather, that they deserve to be finalists, and it's a signal, if I may, and a shot and a message to everybody else that they are going to be contenders for more conferences to come. That is the confirmation of the win of Creamline. 25-23, 22-25, 25-16, 16-25, and 15-11 in the 5th. We'll take a break. We'll be back with our awarding ceremony here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum.
We're back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum as we celebrate the 11th title of the Creamline Cool Smashers. It was a great game, a highly competitive match between Creamline and Signal. It's now time to award this Babad Player of the Game, brought to you by Devon. Enjoy unforgettable TV Babad moments with your family only with Devon. None other than Bernadette Pons, bringing out all the guns here in game number 2. 20 points with 19 digs and 12 receptions. Triple-double performance for Bernadette Pons. Very impressive as she brings them back to glory. It's time to check in with Kyla King Sue. But before that, we'll take a short break.
Your PVL All-Filipino Conference champions. Congratulations to the Creamline Cool Smashers! Of course, I'm joined here by Gia Teguzman and Jen Yerba. Congratulations to you both. I know that emotions are running high, but let me start off with you first, Gia. What a sweet reunion it is for you with your team after Japan, not just making it to the finals, but bringing another championship home. When you look back at this All-Filipino Conference, what has made this so special for you? In this moment right here, how are you feeling?
I'm speechless. Like really, lahat talaga ng emotion ngayon. I can't really describe it. I'm just really happy, really relieved Kasi tinrabaho talaga namin to. 5 sets. Pinahirapan talaga kami ng signal. Pero thankful na in the end, tsinaga talaga namin.
We know that journey hasn't been easy, and we've definitely missed you here in the PVL, so welcome back once again. And Jen, welcome to CREAMLINE. Wow. Your first PVL Finals and a championship with your new team. Jen, how sweet does this moment feel to you? Of course, being joined by Gia, I know you're very close. You know, when you look back at your career in this moment, what would you tell your younger self that you made it here?
Super saya, very overwhelming yung pakiramdam kasi it's been 3 or 4 years since the last time I played in the championship, and napakaiba yung pressure, iba yung pakiramdam inside the court, and we're just very happy na we made it.
Thank you so much, Gia. And Jen, congratulations once again. We have Lexi with more of our CREAMLINE Cool Smashers for you.
You're absolutely Kai, and I am here with two of the best players from the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. But before anything else, you know, I'd really want a vibe check right now sa Good Vibes Nation. Meron akong dalawang players dito. I'd wanna hear you cheer for these two players who'd really build the identity of the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers from the bottom up. Pons, gusto ko munang magsimula sa tanong na syempre, yung journey nyo, pinag-uusapan natin yun, di ba, na hindi talaga naging madali. Lalo na itong conference na to, na-witness ko din yung mga times na hindi rin kayo kompleto and everything. And na-witness din ng lahat ng nation na yon. At this point, you know, from that 4th rank to now being the champion, kwento mo naman sa amin ano yung pakiramdam na champion na ulit at nakadagdag na yung 11th na championship nyo.
Unang-una, thank you Lord. And syempre, sobrang saya talaga namin kasi hindi talaga madali yung conference na to. Sobrang ang daming struggle ng team. And sobrang saya kasi lahat na effort namin and sacrifices since January 2, nag-start kami ng ensayo. Worth it. And yun, sobrang saya kasi wala na kami training bukas!
Bukas lang ba? Pero Pons, gusto ko lang matanong, grabe yung composure nyo din. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, bago tayo magsimula, parang hindi ka napagod. Ano yung man nangyayari sa utak mo nung the last few points, lalo na nung nagkakasagutan kayo ng points?
Siyempre, yung fifth set talaga, dikdikan, hindi mo alam kung sino yung mananalo. So sobrang, yung reminder namin sa bawat isa talaga is compose lang. I-compose namin yung sarili namin para makapag-diskarte kami ng tama sa lahat ng gagawin namin. And sobrang calm lang kami. Hindi kami masyadong mamadali. Kasi yun yung mga nangyari the past sets na medyo nagpabaya kami at some point of the game. Kaya yun yung nangyari. So yung fifth set talaga yung reminder namin sa bawat isa is composure lang and calm lang kami.
Thank you, Pons. At this point, gusto ko naman pumunta dito sa kabilang side. Of course, the phenom herself. The crowd favorite, the Eliza Valdez. Atalay, you know, earlier we were talking about how, you know, it's been a tough journey for you guys. But for you, of course, the experience, the level of maturity that the team already has. Can you tell us more about the kind of bond that you've really built through the years?
Wow. Pero kinabahan ba kayo? Unang-una, maraming salamat kay Lord and maraming salamat po sa pagdadasal ninyong lahat. Isa po kayo sa mga rason kung bakit andito tayong lahat. Kaya naman, sa lahat po na pinagdaanan, maraming salamat sa mga sponsors, sa mga patuloy naniniwala sa amin. Maraming salamat. Pero hindi naging madali para sa amin. Pero I think if there's one thing we've learned this season, it's really something na hanggat madami kaming differences. Pero in the end, iisang goal namin. At yun ay ginawa namin today. So maraming salamat, Lord. Maraming salamat, mga ka-good vibes!
Thank you, Atalay. Thank you, Pons. Bate. Okay, babati tayo ngayon dahil madaming nanonood. Pons, magsimula tayo sa bate. Yes.
Happy birthday kay Bam Bam! Happy birthday kay Mom Shit! And happy birthday to my brother!
So much celebration, so much joy, and so much emotion, and so forth. We will go back to the awarding ceremony. We'll be right back.
Welcome back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum. What a grind of an all-Filipino conference it has been, and we are here at the conclusion of the said conference. But before we take care of everything else, we want to get to our awarding ceremony as we promised again. Boom Gonzalez, Neil Flores, it is time for us to recognize the best individual performers of the All-Filipino Conference.
PVL fans, this is our All-Filipino Conference Premier Team.
And to help us award our winners for today, we have our presenters. First from the PVL, our Commissioner, Sherwin Malonzo. We also would like to welcome our Chief Revenue Officer, Signal TV, Mr. Gerard Milan. And our Head of Sports Content, Signal TV, Mr. Miko Haliri.
Let's present our Premier Team.
All right, here we go. The first member of our Premier Team is the best setter. This conference's best setter is Jel Cayuna of the Signal Super Spikers.
This is Jel Cayuna's 5th Best Setter Award since joining Signal in 2022, and she has really blossomed to be an elite playmaker, and she was one of the major reasons why Signal made it to the finals.
A scoring setter at that, Neil, as proof of today in this 5-setter that was just concluded here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum. Congratulations for the Signal Super Spikers, our best setter, Jel Cayuna. And next, we will now name our best outside spikers. First up, from the Capital One Solar Spikers, Micaela Belen.
Bella Belen definitely took her game to the next level. We expected big things from her. I'm calling it boom. She is going to be a future MVP here in the PVL.
It's not so bold, Neil, to say that this will not be her last award here in the Premier Volleyball League. Congratulations again from the Capital One Solar Spikers, Micaela Belen. On to our next best outside spiker. From the Next Led Chameleons, Brooke Van Sickle.
New colors, new threads, same BVS. She provided, as usual, an all-around performance here in the Premier Volleyball League. The 3-time conference MVP is now a 3-time best outside hitter.
One more time for BVS from the Next Led Chameleons. And now we go to our middle blockers. From the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers, Bags Panaga.
It is safe to say that Bangs Panaga is the most decorated middle blocker here in the PVL. 10 Best Middle Blocker Awards. If there is a Hall of Fame, she would definitely be up there.
And yet still very emotional getting into the finals of the Premier Volleyball League. Best Middle Blocker from the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers, Bangs Panaga. Next, ladies and gentlemen, joining our premier team from the Zeus Coffee Thunderbells, Riza Nogales.
No surprise there, the 25th overall pick in last year's draft just claimed another Best Middle Blocker Award. This is her second in a young team in Zeus Coffee.
Really feeling at home here in the Premier Volleyball League, Riza Nogales from the Zeus Coffee Thunderbells. We move on to our best opposite spiker. From the Farm Fresh Foxies, Trisha Tubu.
She is the freshest Foxy of them all, and she is now a 5-time best opposite hitter here in the PVL. She ended the conference as the #1 attacker and the #2 scorer of the league.
Once again, from the Farm Fresh Foxies, Trisha Tubu. Now we award the All-Filipino Conference Best Libero. From the PLDT High Speed. PLDT High Speed hitters. And now it is time for our top rookie of the All-Filipino Conference. And the rookie of the conference, no surprise to the crowd here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum, Micaela Belen.
That is the reason why she is the #1 pick in the PVL draft, and she is just getting started.
Congratulations once again. She will be racking up more awards here in the PVL, Micaela Belen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last member of our premier team, the MVP. Your All-Filipino PVL Most Valuable Player is Vanny Gendler!
It's been a treat watching Vanny Gandler's journey, and we are here for it. We are privileged to be able to witness her fly high this PVL conference, and she was also the top scorer in today's game for Signal.
What a journey, what an award. And coming from an incredible series here in the PVL All-Filipino Conference, let's give it up one more time for your MVP, Vanny Gandler. And we would love to hear a few words from our MVP.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank PVL and congratulate PVL on a successful conference. And I want to say thank you to the Signal management, Sir Ricky Vargas, Ma'am Shena, Sir Chris,
Sir Gerard, Sir Pao, Sir Augie, and to my Signal family, my teammates and coaches. I want to say thank you to my parents who are here today. I'm not sure where they are. And to all the Signal super fans, thank you to everyone for supporting me.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again to your MVP, and congratulations to your Premier Volleyball League Premier team. That is, Neil, the best of the best for the All-Filipino Conference.
Different players from different teams, and it just goes to show that the talent was really spread out in this edition of the PVL.
We'll take a break, and then we will be back here at the Smart Araneta Coliseum to wrap this baby up. Back inside the Smart Araneta Coliseum, we just awarded the PVL Premier Team, and now it is time to award our medalists of the All-Filipino Conference. Joining our presenters today also will be PNVF President Mr. Tony Boy Liao. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first members of our podium are our bronze medalists. And we would like to congratulate the PLDT High Speed Hitters.
The high-speed hitters continued to be one of the contenders this conference. They showed their grit again and won the team's first ever bronze.
First ever bronze, Neil. They've had unfortunate losses in the bronze medal game, but they broke through today. 2 5-setters, as you mentioned. Congratulations to Nieza Viray, Sheila Caseo, Mika Reyes, Aliyah Malaluan, Sammy Davison, Zen Perolino, Kat Arado, Kim Fajardo, Majoy Baron, Kiana D, Del Palomata, Keisha Bedonia, Angelica Legacion, Angelica Alcantara, Seth Rodriguez, Jesse De Leon, and Jovi Prado.
We can't forget about the tacticians behind the scene, head coach Ral Ricafor, team manager Bajit Del Rosario, coaching staff Arnold Lanyog, Mike Santos, Manolo Refugia, Irvin Peralta, Juan Paulo Escano, Francis Ramos, and Jester Arroyo. PLDT has 2 championships in 2025, and now they open 2026 with a bronze.
They finish the All-Filipino Conference on a winning note. They broke through with a championship, followed it up with another one, as Neil mentioned, back in 2025. And now still at the podium and hungry for more, Neil, for sure. This team is made up of so much competition or competitive players that no doubt they will be contending for more medals here in the PVL.
The fact that they were able to bag 2 goals already and add a bronze to their collection says a lot about their team. We will see more from the high-speed hitters in the next conferences, I'm sure they will be gunning for gold.
Congratulations once again to the PLDT High Speed Hitters. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your silver medalists of the PVL All-Filipino Conference. What a run by the CIGNAL Super Spikers!
It was a beautiful end to the journey of CIGNAL. The Super Spikers had quite a dramatic run back to the finals, and tonight they earned their third silver finish.
The Super Spikers, of course, are made up of Pearl Denura, Rose Doria Aquino, Jewel Encarnacion, Tin Tiamzon, Danny Gandler, Ishi Lalong Isip, Jessa Ordiales, Erica Santos, Erin Pangilinan, Jackie Acuña, Giselle C., Ethan Arce, Heather Ginoo, Don Katindig, Ivy Perez, Jel Cayuna, and Buding Duremdes.
Head coach, Shaq De Los Santos. Team manager, Yanni Fernandez. Coaching staff, Rico De Guzman, Jeffrey Lansangan, Doxel De Los Reyes, Kirk Beliran, Christian Mark De Tablan, John Christopher Salvador, and Gabriel Atienza.
Last silver 2024 Invitational Conference versus CREAMLINE, which was their last podium appearance. A total of 3 silvers, 5 bronzes since they joined the Pro League. And a message to everybody else that they are not done yet and they are coming for more. And, that elusive gold that they want, they are close to it, Neil.
They were able to make a statement. They won against CREAMLINE twice this conference, and they will be back for more for sure. But that is an impressive medal tally for the CIGNAL Super Spikers.
Now with 2 MVPs on their roster with Erica Santos and Danny Gandler, and of course another Best Setter award for Jel Cayuna. One more time for your silver medalists, ladies and gentlemen, the CIGNAL Super Spikers. And now, for your champions, the gold medalists for the PVL All-Filipino Conference, the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers!
The big party is just about to begin. 11 titles for the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. They are back on top for the first time since their 2024 Grand Slam.
The CREAMLINE Cool Smashers are made up of Kyle Negrito, Eliza Valdez, Mitch Gamit, Tidge Rodriguez, Sheena Turing, Pangs Panaga, Michelle Gumabaw, Ella De Jesus, Lori Bernardo, Kyla Atienza, Gia De Guzman, Denise Revilla, Bea De Leon, Nika Celis, Rose Vargas, Tots Carlos, Bernadette Pons, Jen Yerva, Gemma Galanza, and Aliyah Torres.
Head coach Sherwin Meneses, team manager Alan Acero, coaching staff Carlos Santos, Carl Brian Vitug, Bok Morado, Mark Caron, E.G. Magadia, Mark Alpafara, Jonathan Garduque, and Harry Raneses.
11 championships. Neil, 10 was already unthinkable. Double digits. They keep adding on to their dynasty. They're already immortal in terms of status, but the most impressive thing is that they want more.
This team is battle-tested. The system is built to last. They're built to win championships. It was a tough road for CREAMLINE. Ranked number 4 in the semis. They clinched their way to the finals and they swept the entire series. So that's a total of 4 All-Filipino Conference crowns plus 3. So that's a total of 7 crowns for CREAMLINE.
And again, if you look at just the series scoreline, it may look easy as a 2-0 win here in the finals, but obviously they went up against a team that beat them twice also and probably, hardened them for the finals, Neil.
I think this was really the most difficult conference for CREAMLINE. They went through a lot. They passed every test. That's why they really deserve to be able to win their 11th championship. Again, that's the 4th All-Filipino Conference crown and the 3rd Open Conference crown. We saw a lot of big numbers from the rest of the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers.
Right.
Gia de Guzman.
Welcome back
Gemma
to the finals.
Galanza.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a one-woman team for CREAMLINE.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your champions, the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers! Now it is time to award our finals MVP. Your All-Filipino Conference Finals MVP is Bernadette Pons.
That is the reason why she is called MV Pons. This is the second finals MVP for Bernadette Pons. The first was in the 2024 Reinforced Conference. Game number 1, she had 11 points and 15 digs. Here in game number 2, she exploded for 22 points and 25 excellent digs.
And she did whatever it took to win the championship, and we want to hear a few words from our MVP.
Everyone! Unang-una po, thank you Lord. And sobrang thank you din po sa lahat ng mga nandito na sumuporta sa CREAMLINE and sumuporta sa PVL. And syempre, sobrang grateful ako sa mga teammates and coaches, sa lahat ng member ng team, kasi hindi talaga naging madali yung conference namin ngayon. Sobrang daming challenges, sobrang daming struggle. Pero nandito kami! Champion pa rin! Yes! Thank you, Lord! Yes, sobrang thank you sa lahat ng nagtiwala, sa lahat ng sponsor, Revisco, Andox, lahat ng CREAMLINE management. Sobrang salamat po. And yun lang. Happy birthday, Ma'am Shi, and happy birthday, Bam Bam. Thank you po. Tama ba? Thank you po sa lahat. Andox! Ano?
Once again,
Thank
ladies
you,
and gentlemen.
Andox, Alias, Revisco, World Balance, and...
Once again,
Okay. Thank you po.
ladies and gentlemen, once again, your MVP, Bernadette Pons of the CREAMLINE Cool Smashers. Congratulations to CREAMLINE, congratulations to CIGNAL, and congratulations to PLDT, our podium members for the 2026 All-Filipino Conference. Boy, what a conference it has been. Again, Boom Gonzalez, Neil Flores, and now we are joined by by confetti coming down because Lexi and Kyla are here with us. Kyla, I begin with you. What a conference it has been. What a finals it was.
Yes, definitely, Boom. I mean, that was so much fun, Lex.
I mean, yes, I'm so glad we can be friends
Are
again
you friends?
now.
Are you still
Yes,
friends?
I think so. I hope
Okay.
so. But Boom, you know, this has been amazing to see all these teams really grow in this All-Filipino conference. The level of competition is now insane and so much to look forward to in the upcoming ones this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Boom and Neil with me, I'm just so grateful that I get to share these stories as well. I really get to interact with these players. So much to look forward to, especially to the next conferences and next activities that we have also.
So you are friends.
I mean, we'll see.
Okay. Neil, big thing to look forward to May 1.
Yeah, this May 1, I'm very excited. We're going to Candon City for the volleyball showcase. We have the Spikers All-Stars and we have the PVL All-Stars. So you better make sure to get your tickets. We will have a good time there.
Yeah, a lot of surprises, and there's going to be a lot of interaction, not only with the fans, but both the Spikers Turf and the PVL players will be, doing some things together. So we can't wait for that. What a pleasure. But Neil, Lexi, Kyla, and the rest of our broadcast team, of course, and the rest of our production crew for Signal TV, we thank you for following us at the All-Filipino Conference. Congratulations to all the winners, both the teams and the individuals. We'll see you in Candon in May 1. My name is Boom Gonzalez. Thank you very much for watching us here on the Heart of Volleyball, your premier volleyball league. Bye-bye, everyone. Good night.
Crystal clear, go so now. I got no fear. Heartbeat racing louder than a gun. 이 순간 난 already won. Light it up, no turning back. 세상은 내 무대 track. 숨길 수 없어 내 vibe, so real. The energy you gotta feel. 이 energy you gotta feel. I'm invincible. Nothing can break me. Limitless flow. Don't try to chase me. Crash like a wave. Wild and free. It moved that weak. I'm all you see. Invincible. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Invincible. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. 두지 않아. Step aside, I own this night. 차가운 시선도 out of sight. Pulse in my vein, it's electric gold. 내 불빛은 never cold. Light it up, no turning back. 세상 내 무대 track. 숨길 수 없어 내 vibe, so really energy you gonna feel.